and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation. This is a table, a red table for at that, where women sit to talk about women, things concerning women. But like I always say, we cannot talk about men and leave out the men and the children, of course. But it's a table for strictly the women, where we discuss without holding back certain things that we need to talk about. But anyway, today we're going to be looking at the BBL, the Brazilian butt fit. And to do this with me, I have on my right, I have Mercy, Mercy Emmanuel. Mercy Emmanuel is a nurse. She's actually going to help us discuss this for us to understand about it in a better form. Mercy, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you for coming as always. And then to my left, I have Princess Edith Madijomo. I hope I got it right this time. I hope I did. And so she's the CEO of Golden Touch Collection, where women go to look good. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me.
And then on the third left, I have Ayo Ali Balogu, who will always tell me, don't remove the Ali and call only the Balogu. Put the two together. I'm a pure Lagosian. Ayo. Ayo is not a sex consultant, but she's a consultant.
Consulting what?
What are you consulting?
We need to find out.
Let's find out what you're consulting.
So, I'm consulting here too. I'm a management consultant.
Okay.
Certified one.
Certified management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us today and welcome to WIC.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's go straight to what we're talking about today. It's been a problem in Nigeria for a recent time now, a few months now and a few weeks. We've seen very pretty young girls who had passed away because they had decided to go through the BBL, the commonly known BBL, but actually it's called Brazilian butt fit. Okay, so Brazilian butt lift. The very recent girl that just passed on last week. Well, I think I can't remember her name now, but she went for the second surgery for, I don't know whether to maintain it or to make it bigger or to make it smaller. But unfortunately, she passed away during this procedure. And a lot of men have come out to say, let me go exactly what some men, after carrying out some research, what men actually said. Okay, I'm going to be reading what a few men had sent to me. Some of them said, we do not send these ladies to go do this. As a matter of fact, we don't like it. So
who says it's about them?
But that's what the women have said. But let me not answer for you all.
Okay.
Let me start with you, Mercy, as a medical professional. I'm going to be talking about the medical aspect of it, and I'm going to talk about the beautification aspect of it with the two women. How dangerous is this procedure?
It's dicey. Why do I say it's dicey? If the procedure is done properly by professionals, do you understand? It's not dangerous. Liposuction is something that some medical doctors would also tell you, I do not give my consent to it. Why do you want to do it? You're good. I mean, if you want bum, as they say, you want this hip, you want to have a good shape on your butt. I think why not go the physical way, as in gym, all that helps, than go through liposuction, because sometimes, especially in Nigeria, we do not have some of the equipment that would help in this procedure, or that will help the procedure go successfully. This liposuction thing, it's not just the way they do it. You go there, they harvest the fat, and then they inject it into you, and then, all that. I mean, there are processes. And because of the way the medical, the medical department is in Nigeria, it's not safe. Because all these things, I mean, when the fat is harvested from a part of your body, there should be procedures. I mean, there should be examinations. Is this fat good for this place they're about to put it?
It's a whole lot of procedure.
It's a whole lot of procedure.
We're going to come back to you, really, because we need to really find out the medical disadvantage of it. But is there an advantage to it anyways?
as a person, I really do not see an advantage to it.
Okay.
To-
Ayo, I see that you've been, but the men said they don't like it. They're not interested.
That's not
about
true
it.
because 95% men today will tell you one thing I like in a woman is that woman that has.
Okay, Ayo, let me hear from you.
Okay, so for me, it's sad that the ladies have passed. That I'm
Yeah.
not really in
Judging them.
tune into what happened or where, but it's heartbreaking when people lose their lives,
Lives or something.
and the Lord console the family. Now, this is it. When you go into any venture, it's a 50-50 chance. Nothing is sacrosanct.
Yeah.
So that you could go for tooth extraction and you die.
Sure, very well.
So, so that's that. The Lord console the family. Secondly, the men that said they don't like it, like I said, for me and for a lot of women that I know, and for a lot of the millennials, I'm not saying Gen Z, millennials.
Yes.
So those are the children born between 1990 and the 2000. These are people who do things for themselves, not necessary for
About
a
the
man.
man.
Not a man that goes to the gym to build muscles. Is he building
it
muscles
for-
because
for
of
me?
women?
No.
Okay, okay, Ayo.
So, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'm
Don't
gonna
go
come
ahead.
in there. Okay, let me come in here. I have met a woman
Yeah.
who did, this time is not the butt. She did the ears. And then I asked
Why are you
her,
demonstrating? Why can't you just call it? What did she do?
he did help me call it.
I just want to know.
Breast augmentation.
Anyway,
Breast
she did her
augmentation.
boobs.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
that's-
so
Enlargement
of the boobs.
Okay.
And then she wanted it standing
Wow.
because I think she's
Then they give them standing no.
Princess, you.
Come guess we're not really intimidated.
No, you can do it like this. You can do the physical way by padding it up now.
Can I just remind you ladies that we're live. Okay, so she did it, and then when I asked her, because she started having issues with it, she lives in the UK, and I asked her, I said, why did you do something that will be giving you pains like this? I mean, and she said, as at the time, she was married to a white man who was always talking her down about her boobs. I said, did you remind this man that you had 4 children for him? And she said, you won't understand. He was always, talking me down.
Gaslighting.
So she didn't have the self-confidence anymore. And
My
so
point.
she decided to go do it. And what happened? Even after doing it, she's still divorced. Finally,
What are we talking
she was
about?
divorced.
Just as
And
I
this
said,
thing
you do it for yourself
It's
and not
giving
for
her
someone.
pains. When I mean pains, she goes into the hospital 2-3 times in some months to get off some pus.
So that's a different one. So when Mercy talked about the procedure, whether basically pull out a fat from one part to the other, and that it's like Mercy acknowledged, if it's done by top-notch professionals, people who look out for the everything. In that theater room, you have theater assistants. So you have the surgeon, you have the anesthesia. The anesthesia is the most difficult and the most challenging.
Very, very.
That's
That was
what.
very rare. They are not common everywhere.
So that's what
No.
causes.
It depends. If you're in the medical field, the tendency for you to be an anesthesia is 90% because you must know what to do at a particular time and what to give. So, I mean, even if you don't, I mean, the surgeon, honestly, is focused on what he's doing. So you must know it for you to be an anesthesia in that theater.
You are majored as a doctor. So while some doctor major in plastic surgery, some major in that.
Yes.
Now, believe me when I say this is an experienced woman talking here. I've been through liposuction.
Okay.
It's called 360 liposuction for my waistline.
Okay.
Done 2019, 7.5 hours. Blimey. So before I went in for the surgery, I remember I said to my daughter, I was like, I was just imagining myself, And the doctor, shout out to you, Dr. Femi Lekki Hill Plus. He said, Madam, this surgery is not a weight loss surgery procedure. But I was looking for ways to lose weight and everything. So he said, Madam, listen, so, but then my daughter's friend, Tundu Matthews, his niece had done it. And, I was like, maybe I'll lose weight. And then we went in. And the doctor said, even for first, if you're over 100 kilos, he won't touch you.
Yes, that's the first thing.
So they check your weight. So because I was coming from special place, you understand? A special place, he paid me attention. Now you also have to stay off alcohol, smoking, and all of that 2 weeks before. Thereby, they go through the procedure. They now take the fats, if you now take from one place, it's still part of your body. I don't think they had to do all of that. What I'm just trying to say is just that, to be honest, any person who goes through that, because that's your friend, has the marital issue and was trying to save her marriage, she went through that. But largely, anything can take anybody's life.
Anything.
See, my point is this.
Even headache.
So for people that go for liposuction or BBL, to me, my opinion is they don't have self-confidence.
Princess, my self-confidence is...
That is you. Some of them don't have self-confidence and complex. Because if you believe in what you have and you are very okay with your body shape and body size, why would you go on that knife to correct whatever?
That's why you you believe in what you have. You are comfortable.
I will not judge.
That is
now, okay, now if you're self-confident, why are you on an eyebrow?
Do you understand? It's not go on that night to do it. No, it's not the same thing. Do you know the risk involved? I watched one recently on there.
Do you know the risk involved in
Do you know the risk in
the chemicals?
This is just a pencil.
Even
though that's how you think.
That's what you think.
No, it's not
It has
the
lead.
pencil.
You said you were under the knife for 7 hours.
Not just 7 hours.
I just stood and I used my pencil to do this.
No,
So
seven and a half hours. Put the half.
So that half hour can send somebody to the other side. So now the one I watched, I saw several wires, several things that were put together, everything, and they were just like you said, they were pulling some fat from the other side to the other side. You see the doctor,
there is a pumping process.
Yes,
pump
it's a
into
pumping
the fat.
process.
You
So
see
the
blood.
pumping with water.
Pump out, yes.
So
pump
to
out,
extract the
It
fat.
takes it, and then they tore some part of her boot, and from there they were putting the fat. I don't know how they can bear it. Do you know how for somebody to be shaking your boot for hours?
You're numb.
You are not aware. I know they know. They must have known that part. Then another one that I watched again was when several injections they were touching the bomb. They pour in, use injection like 10 injections. You're just
fluid.
They were pouring in
fluid.
They were pouring in some fluid. They turned the lady. They brought the stomach. You see they just punching the stomach and
I need you to understand that.
What do you want?
I need you to understand something.
Except you tell me you are doing it for yourself.
Okay, now
Most people that do this BBL is for the sake of men, it's to entice men. You see them everywhere. Don't you watch social media? They're everywhere. They'll tell you my body. Do you know how much my body worth? Do you know how much my body costs?
Okay, so this.
And once they do that BBL, they will never sit at home.
Okay,
they are everywhere.
Where do they go to?
Where
they go to?
What would you say about a mother that
their,
can go through the contraction
dress,
and labor and decides to go through a knife?
No, that's a different thing.
It's not a different thing. She decided it because
that is a different ballgame.
Mercy,
somebody just goes to change her form to begin to attract men. What are you talking about?
That is, you are limiting it, and that is
what the one I watched.
Okay, so that's why the men are saying, don't do it for us. We don't want it. We don't like it.
On behalf of the women who have
once they have done that BBL, they will never dress decently anymore. You will see them wearing some
princess. Okay, princess
is a personal thing.
And I'm not exaggerating.
Okay.
Today is what?
Today is 19th.
No,
of March. Today is Thursday.
So I was at a function on Tuesday, and a group of aunties, and one, slammed my back. So I heard the thud, and I was like, oh, That was me. I didn't have BBL. But because of the lipo, everything went down there. And let me tell you something. It has when you narrow it down to because of a man. What about me? I look into the mirror and I'm like, oh wow.
Your self-confidence.
Yeah, it's not my self-confidence. It has nothing to do with myself. My self-confidence comes from my cerebral brows.
Okay.
Yes. So now this other one is like, when I was 15, I looked a certain way. 20, 30, 40, 50. When I'm 70, baby girl, I want you to think I'm 40 years old.
Oh my word.
Okay, we just saw Florence Itagiwa did her 80th birthday.
You mean no? You mean?
Oh,
sorry,
she
don't
was
just call
like
her.
a baby girl.
Don't, you ought to call Mama Bakassi.
Yes,
Mama with the body that speaks. The mama that will stand and tell you, do you know what this cost me? So it means that when you know how much you have spent on your body, I know how much I've spent on my body, and then you are not just, I won't talk to you anyhow. I have had for your information, I have gastric sleeve done.
Okay.
I've gone to do
Are you
my
that
lab.
fat?
No, but there's a way I want to look. You understand? I have the money, and this has nothing to do with the man. When I'm doing my management consultancy, I don't want, because in those days, so my breasts were like that. So I don't want you. I'm talking to a man, and to be honest, I noticed that most of them, it's like they
do it.
so is that chest?
The area of
Yes.
concentration.
The area of concentration. The area of
They're so
concentration
bad
is
about
should be
that.
here.
Yeah, and it shifts the
No,
conversation.
for me.
Okay.
And then when I go for my trainings, I deliberately wear Iran Buba and Bubu. This is the first time you see me in something like
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Because you want to conceal something. And from that man, they begin to walk on. Because you're talking, especially if the man is shorter than you.
Honestly, I don't know.
And then you're taller, and then you wear heels. And then the man is looking at you, and his headline is by your
Chest.
boots.
Ayo, we have been told we have to go on a short break. And then when we come back, we continue the conversation of the men. I wonder when men sit down to watch women in conversation, how they feel. I'm sure some of them want to respond immediately,
Let them
but
respond,
unfortunately, they cannot come here to respond. Ayo was talking about the boobs and everything. We'll be right back. When we come back, we continue the conversation. Please sit.
Controversial.
Welcome back. It's still WIC, and I still have with me in the house Edith, and we have Mercy, and I also have Ayo. Ayo, the one that told is a controversial Ayo. You know, Ayo does not agree with any person. She does it her way,
She's a
and
woman,
she one
woman's
way
sword.
exactly. Okay, Ayo, you were saying something before we went on a short break. And Edith was complimenting that. She was saying they are still like that. She was even rolling the thing while she was saying that.
So Edith is, I'm so happy that I'm loving the fact that Edith is well endowed and she carries it very well. And I love it. You understand? But then, clock it.
That's just one side.
You understand? You get. So, but for what I do, and I have to go to look for business most times, I became very, very conscious.
All right.
You understand? I will wear camisole. So even when I'm very hot and I'm wearing a sheer top, I have to wear camisole. Wear this one so that when I'm even talking to the gentleman, you understand?
Oh my
It's
word.
meant to be something for me to stand
It
tall
will be
with
affecting
grace.
you emotionally, true.
You understand?
That's the truth.
When I'm in the class, when I'm delivering lecture, I don't want you to be looking at, and then I turn.
She's endowed.
Mama.
Do you know what I said when I lost weight?
Bottom only mama.
You know, so
Do you know what I've experienced one day? Sorry to cut you short. I went to gym. We're just walking towards the pool to go and swim, and somebody walked up to me with all boldness. You know what it came to do? At this I was like,
sexual harassment.
Are you okay?
Excuse me.
Because I was expecting good morning. Like, you know, this is morning, daytime. I was going to the gym. I was going to the poolside. And I've not even changed. I've not changed for you to say maybe I've. And the next thing I heard is this real?
Wow.
And it was pointed at me like
That
this.
is dehumanizing.
I was like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Then that "are you okay" that I said, my friend heard. And she's a lawyer. She was
It's
already in
sexual
the pool,
harassment.
because that was I was walking towards the
Sure.
pool, because she got there before me. So I was walking towards the pool to actually talk to her. I'm here. And she was like, what's that? That's harassment. She came out of the pool with everything she was wearing. Now the man was confused because he had a lot to look now. You want to see something?
Mhm.
You know, she was like, do you know, I'm barrister. She started introducing herself. How dare you talk to her like that? Because I can stand up for my friends. I am so blessed with ladies that can also stand up for me. And he was like, I'm sorry about that. I've seen you. I don't know. I just wanted to know they were real. You can imagine that.
Can
What's
these
your
men
business with
put their
that?
eyes away from
I get
these
harassed
women? You
because,
do?
you know, naturally I have this. Some people ask me if it's BBL.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. Honestly.
What's your business with that?
Some people ask me, even at work. So it's made me, honestly, for peace to reign, because
Somebody has
I just
come
had to make a scrub that covers me.
Yes.
So you
Somebody
see
has come
what I'm
to put
Yes.
hand in my dimple.
Because you're
say,
moving.
I like your dimple, and I
Nigerians-
reply with my backhand. A very
Nigerians-
good backhand.
Nigerians are rude. Some of the men don't know, to draw the line.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying
No,
to you
those
then,
men.
So what
must
I
be
say to
womanized.
you
Think
that-
they need help.
so when a woman
They need
decides to do BBL, it could be for her own sanity. She wants, when she looks in the mirror and she
And
turns
she's looking good.
and she can see
Exactly.
the silhouette that she loves.
Loves,
Satisfied.
yeah.
It's nothing to do with another person.
Okay, Ayo, you are saying that the men who had sent in, someone went for the research and then came up with the men saying about 91% of the men says, we don't want it, we don't like it, don't do it for us, we didn't ask you to
And
do
so
it
they
for
say
us.
it stinks.
And so you are saying you are not one of those women that want to do BBL for a man's sake. You're doing it for yourself, to the looks that it gives you joy, gives you satisfaction. But let me come to you as a nurse, as a medical person. What are the fear of this BBL in old age? Because as a woman growing older, some of us begin to have arthritis pain. And when you're getting into the menopause age, it begins to trouble you. Some say the menopause thing comes with their leg pains and all
A lot
that.
of things.
So what is the threat of this BBL for women at old age?
Okay, I'm
From
going to use
50 and above.
myself as an example. Naturally, if your butt is too big,
If you're in down there.
you have the tendency for you to have leg pain. It's 5%, because I've experienced it. But it now depends on your weight. Do you understand? Now, when it's got to do with this BBL thing, the thing most Nigerians do not know, it's not just about doing it then. It's like you go to the hospital and you're treated for malaria. The doctors will always ask you to come for a checkup. Now, this is a procedure that's not natural. Trust me, for you to be able to conquer that age factor, you should always go for a checkup. Especially if you're not too sure of who did the procedure. Because most times it may look as if, okay, I've done it, I'm good, it's fine, and all that. You're not even sure if it's a professional. Sorry, I'm going to digress. I know somebody that went for an evacuation, and I was like, why not go to a gynae to perform this thing? Because this person will tell you, do this, and you won't believe it. After she went, no, this guy is trying to extract, is trying to extort. And then she went somewhere else for the evacuation, and you won't believe it, there was remnants of placenta in her, which has led to so much bleeding for days now. So where am I going to? What I'm trying to bring out, this is something that is not naturally, or that was not naturally there. Now, the tendency for you, because no one knows tomorrow, anything, just as Aya said, anything can kill a man. Anything. Your body could develop. What if tomorrow you happen to be a DM patient, a diabetic patient, and something happens and maybe there's a wound there? It will be very difficult to heal.
Okay, let me. So
Ayo wants to come in. Can you come in here?
Sorry, it says I was going. So the thing is that the Brazilian butt lift
Mm.
is not, if it's a butt lift, it's different from inserting silicone.
Okay.
They're two
Yes.
different things.
We are talking about
So-
the butt lift.
The
So,
butt
so the silicone is where you might have issues where you can say it can burst, it can do that. Now, a lot of times people even do BBL that you don't even know.
that they did it.
Because they those ones that become so obscene that the waist is like this and the
Exactly.
yash is like.
Exactly.
I didn't say
I
the
saw
backside,
somebody that
the
said she
yash is like
she
this.
removed her
Ayo, you're on
rims.
TV, please.
You know what she
No, but
I
that's
know.
that's what we call it in Nigeria.
from her side. She's a Nigeria girl. She removed the 6 limbs. Rims, I mean.
So I am
She removed her
asking,
rims. No,
is
so
there an
and she's
effect
no,
to
the
this?
waist
No,
line
let
is
me
so
tell you.
tiny,
So let me tell you
and the
something.
boot is like this. The real figure eight.
So first, when you do the butt lift, the Brazilian is that it's transfer of fat from maybe
Fat
your
free,
arms,
from your
from
arm,
your waist
your body,
to your
yeah.
But you're being torn open.
How do they
No, no, no,
transfer?
no.
Don't they tear you open?
No.
They do.
Oh my God.
No.
That's why I said, be sure it is a professional.
So let
Okay,
me-
so
let me
this
finish.
is the
Let me-
reason
let me-
why I
plastic
brought
surgery, you
in
know?
this.
And
Can
Hold on.
I finish? Can I finish, please? So what could happen? The worst that usually happens and happens in the first few days or weeks after BBL is that the fat does not
Align
with
with where
the
it
one
was.
is.
Yes, in there. Yes.
Yeah,
So
okay, where you
that
go.
is why you
It
need-
becomes like an
so-
antibody.
Yeah, like
so
a
it will
foreign
collapse.
thing.
So
Yes.
it will not stay. So when they're done with the BBL, let's say it's like a size like that. So if you don't go follow the procedure, which is you have to use proper
Yes.
the BBL pillows to sit. You can't just sit on any pillows
Any pillows.
because it will kill the fat. Then it will reduce. You understand?
my
There is
sister
nothing
thinks-
to it. There is nothing to it. What is offensive is that when a woman goes from size 10 yash to size 18 yash.
Ayo, you're on TV. Ayo,
Oh my
I
God.
I just need to be reminding you.
So
on
that is
TV.
where you
I
have
mean,
some consequences.
I'm allowed to speak Hausa. I'm allowed to speak English. I'm allowed to speak Yoruba. I'm allowed to speak Igbo. I'm not allowed to speak Pidgin.
Yes, you are allowed.
So what's yash?
Why you not go speak English? What's your
Yash na for English.
Okay. Okay.
Is that you have a size 8 woman
Exactly.
goes from size 8 to size
14.
to 14 or 16.
Yes.
That's obnoxious. That's offensive,
yeah.
even to the eyes.
Yes.
And you now see them struggling. You
to
know.
work?
So
Those are the ones that have that crisis at
So,
old age. Even before the old
even
age, they
before
start
the-
having
because
the crisis. Yes.
now what happens is that if he or she now she combines it with lipo.
But
or
his
things-
don't do it.
No, guys do lipo too.
Okay. To know if there are other ways for us to have this figure 8 that every woman craves to have. Anyway,
They have
stay
sport.
safe out there. Do not go under the knife because you want to have figure 8. Stay safe. I am Patricia Uremu.
ITV, certainly the best.
Africa is a great continent with diverse cultural heritage that made the continent unique, popular, and home to many. For instance, in Guinea, women played active role in masquerade dance, as the women dance around the women in an appropriate manner that creates fun and happiness in the community. This dance is closely connected with the traditional rhythms and music of the people of Guinea. This is the beauty of the masquerade dance. In Africa societies, dance, songs, and music facilitates and promote social values. The celebration of special events are major milestones. The performances of oral history and spiritual experiences involve masquerade dance performance as seen in all Africa societies to the delight of the people as it increased joy and love among the inhabitants of the societies. Masquerade in African societies help to regulate social administration, social norms, and order, and create cultural values. A move round African communities reveal one unique thing, that is, African dance uses concepts of polo rhythm and total body movement. The African dances are similar and almost the same, and they often use collective activity to perform in large groups, with significant interactions between the dancers and the onlookers. In Africa, traditional dances are collectively expressing the values and desires of the community. Although dances may seem spontaneous, they are usually choreographed. The dances are degenerate by sex, where gender roles play important role.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good day and welcome to Tech Today, your trusted technology and digital lifestyle program where we simplify technology and connect it to your everyday life. I am Lawal Momo, and today we'll be looking at something that is no longer the future, but the present we are already living in. Artificial intelligence is no longer a concept reserved for laboratories or science fiction films. It is now inside our phones, our computers, our workplace, and even in our creative tools. And while many people are still trying to understand what AI really is, it's already reshaping how the world works. So today, we are breaking it into two important parts. Part one, I will talk about the 10 AI tools that are changing the world right now. And part two, we'll share the 10 tech trends that will dominate the next 5 years. By the end of this program, you will not only understand where technology is today, you will also see where technology is heading next. Let's begin. 10 technology tools that is changing the world right now. Number one on the list is ChatGPT. Yes, a lot of us know this ChatGPT is that artificial intelligence, conversational, revolutionary, platform that we always use and all the time use at the workplace. So ChatGPT is one of the most widely used AI tools in the world today. ChatGPT is more than just a chatbot. It is a digital assistant that can help you write essays, that can reports, that can also explain complex topics in simple language, and also can generate business ideas, that can also assist programmers with their coding, and even help students study faster. So what makes ChatGPT very powerful is not just what it does, it is how naturally it communicates. For example, instead of searching endlessly on Google, users can simply just ask a question and receive structured answers in seconds. This is changing how people learn, work, and even think. A lot of us use ChatGPT. I know it's not new to you, so we're just listing them. Number two on the list is Google Gemini. Otherwise, I call it the AI integrated search. Google Gemini is pushing search into a new era. Traditionally, when you use Google, you type a question and you get a list of links. But now with Gemini, you can summarize. Gemini can help you to summarize that information instantly. You can explain topics in a conversational format, and also you can combine text and image, and it also does reasoning. For example, instead of searching for, maybe you're going on Google now, you search how does electricity works. When you can ask Google Gemini and get a full explanation broken down step by step. It is turning search engines into answer engines, so to speak. The third on the list is Microsoft Copilot, what I call AI inside the office work tools. So Microsoft Copilot is built directly into tools like Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, and Microsoft PowerPoint. This means artificial intelligence is no longer a separate tool. It is part of our everyday work software. For example, using Microsoft Word, it can help you to write a full report for you whilst you're using Microsoft Word. In Excel, what Copilot does, it can analyze data automatically. You can see that sometimes when you're using Excel, maybe you now highlight a particular region, Copilot will tell you, do you want me to, sum this for you and give you the average? Copilot is that chatbot embedded in Microsoft Excel that's helping to do that. In PowerPoint, it can help you to build an entire presentation just by giving it a prompt. So it is reducing hours of works into bare minutes. The fourth on the list is Claude. So Claude is a deep thinking AI. So Claude is designed for deeper reasoning and longer, more thoughtful response. It's often used for research analysis. It's used for professional writing. People prefer to use Claude for writing than using ChatGPT or Gemini. It's also used to summarize long documents and make it, what makes it actually different from other different chatbots is that its ability to handle complex conversation without losing the original context. So Claude is a powerful tool that is used by professionals when dealing with large information tasks. So you see the difference. The fifth on the list is Midjourney. Midjourney is an AI image creation tool. So Midjourney allows users to turn a simple text description into a highly detailed image. So for example, say someone maybe types on Midjourney now, okay, give me a futuristic Lagos city at night with flying cars, and you have tall buildings and blah, blah, blah. So the AI chatbot will generate a realistic visual interpretation of the text you just prompted. So this is transforming graphic design, it is transforming advertising, it is transforming digital arts. Even people without design skills can now create professional visuals. You can see we have some content creators or all those persons that talk on using YouTube to create content. Those are also content creators. They now use Midjourney to also put a thumbnail on their videos so that you can get a representation of what they are going to talk about. So Midjourney is that AI. You can prompt, say, I want you to give me an animal that has wings and also has fangs, and also just whatever you can imagine. The AI chatbot Midjourney would represent that for you. The sixth on the list is Runway AI. So Runway AI is an AI video production. Runway AI is changing filmmaking, it is changing video editing. It can generate video scenes just from a text. It can remove objects from videos. Yes, you heard me. You can tell Runway AI to remove objects from a particular video. It can also help you to enhance or edit footage automatically. People now use this to, produce different kind of content. This means that small creators can now produce content that once require, a full production studio. People now even use this for musical videos. You see some musical videos now, they're now AI related. Yes, it's one of those AI tools that is being used. And Runway AI is one of those tools that people now use to do short videos and short content. And it's not free. You have to buy some credits, and they are quite expensive. So it's not as if but there are some free versions where you can create short videos just to test and see how this work. I'm bringing these tools to you because you may already know them, some of you are already using them, but just to also bring you on light to tell you these are the top 10 tech tools that are actually changing the world right now. Number 7 on the list is 11 Labs. So 11 Labs is a realistic AI voice. 11 Labs is that tool that helps you to create a very natural sounding human voice. It is used for dubbing movies into different languages. It's also used to create audiobooks. It's also used for voiceover for content. You're watching a video on TikTok and you see that there's a voice behind it just telling you what is describing what the content is. 11 Labs is what is being used. You have a speech, you write a speech down on a prompt, and you give it to 11 Labs to say it in a female voice so it can sound more appealing to the female gender, or say it in a male voice so it can appear more appealing to people who want to listen in that particular tone. 11 Labs is what you use to do that. So what makes it powerful is how realistic this voice sound, almost indistinguishable from what humans sound like. When you hear the voice, you really know that it's an artificial intelligence voice you're hearing. You just think this is human just talking to you. That is why 11 Labs is among the top 10 on my list. I'm going to tell you about the next on my list, which is the 8th tech tools that is changing the world right now when it comes to tech, is Notion AI. Yes, Notion AI is a smart organization tool. I use this tool one time for a freelancing job. It helps you to organize your work and your ideas. So it can help you summarize meeting notes. It can help you to generate documents. It can help you to structure your project plans accordingly. Instead of starting from scratch, users can now build from an AI-assisted framework. Notion AI. You can search it on Google and you get to the site and you get to explore more on it. It improves the productivity for teams and individuals. I'm going to chip in one other tool right here that is not on the list. It's known as Napkin AI. Napkin AI, I use it sometimes when I want to create presentations I want to put some visuals into my presentation, my PowerPoint presentation. You know, when you write out PowerPoint, you want to put those visuals, you want to put pictures, you want to design a particular kind of picture. I use Napkin AI. Yes, Napkin AI is very easy to use. When you just put it, you can start from scratch by typing out what you want using the prompt, or you can copy the already prompted or the text from whatever PowerPoint or document you must have created it from and put it in Napkin, and Napkin will regenerate it with different AI pictures. Also, you can use those pictures, you can tweak the pictures however you want it. You can prompt on that pictures and say, no, don't use a white person here, use someone from this particular color, or no, don't use children here, use adults. No, I want a classroom to be this. It can be done using Napkin AI. See how it makes life easy? The ninth AI tool that we should be using is Perplexity AI. So Perplexity AI is an answer-based search engine. It is different from the traditional search engines. Instead of giving you links like Gemini does, Google does, it gives you direct answers with sources. So it reduces the time that you spend on clicking through multiple pages. It is becoming popular for people that are doing research and people that are doing quick fact checking. The last but not the least on my list, the 10th AI tool that is changing the world right now is Suno AI. Yes, Suno AI is an AI music creation tool. So it allows users to create full songs using AI prompts. No lie. You can prompt and describe what the genre should be, what the mood of the music should be, what the lyric style should be, and it will generate a complete music track for you under minutes. Okay, it is changing music and music production and also opening creativity to non-musicians. And so sometimes people now even use Suno AI to, when maybe you're watching TikTok, you see a particular video and you now read the comments, people now turn the comments into songs. You must have seen that. Suno AI is what they use. They just post those pictures out there and say, using these pictures or this comment section, turn it into a song. And it will sing the song so well that it will be so funny. So persons out there are using it to create content for themselves and then getting some money from that content also. So Suno AI is what they use. So you can also tell Suno AI, I've used Suno AI a lot of times. I created a particular rap song, because I'm into rap, from using Suno AI, and it gave me a beautiful rap song about Africa. I told it what I want from the song, and it was quite interesting. The song is still on my YouTube. You can go check it out, but it's quite funny. I'm trying to say that you can explore and just use these tools so that when you get a job or when you get something that requires you to go and explore and maybe learn from it, you may not need to be a music producer to go and say, okay, I know how to use these tools. Rather, by learning how to use these tools, it's just going to be easy for you to just transition yourself into it. So far we've explored 10 artificial intelligence tools that are already changing how the world works today. From writing and design to music and video creation, artificial intelligence is now deeply embedded in everyday life. But while this is happening today, the bigger transformation is still ahead of us. So when we return from this short break, we'll explore 10 tech trends that will dominate the next 5 years. Don't go nowhere. It's still Tech Today. Stay with us. Welcome back from the short break. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to talk about the part 2 of this program, where it's the top 10 trends that will be changing the world in the next 5 years. What do we expect to see in the area of tech in the next 5 years? One of them is AI will be everywhere. So in the next 5 years, I believe that AI will not be a separate tool anymore. It will be built into everything, whether it's your phone, whether it is your car, whether it's our school system or the banking system, AI will become invisible, but everywhere, all right? I am already seeing this happen in some countries right now where AI is now used in all of these sectors I just mentioned, whether it's a bank, your phone. We now have, this artificial intelligence embedded into them. Number two is, next 5 years, we are expected to see cashless economy expansion. Digital platforms will continue replacing physical cash in many countries, and increasingly in Nigeria, transactions will become fully digital. Even small roadside businesses will adopt to mobile payments. It's already happening with our points of sales. Now, in every corner where you go, people want to, do business digitally. They want to say, pay into my account, pay into my, point of sale, using point of sale system rather than just give me cash. People would rather just say, okay, just put it, where's your ATM, and let's just make this work. And it works very easily. It's no longer cash all the time, but it's not integrated everywhere. Maybe in the future we may not start seeing bus drivers or taxi drivers going around with their own POS machine. We don't know, but then this is what we are, expecting to happen in the future. Number three is we would expect to see smart homes becoming normal. Yes, we know smart homes, it's only restricted to some persons now in Lagos or Abuja, but we are expected to see that in the next 5 years, smart home will start automating daily tasks. Smart home, that's what they do actually. Smart home help you you can just tell your smart home to turn on the light or turn off the light, and it does it automatically. Your security system will be learning the behavior of your surroundings. Your appliances will be responding to your voice command. Smart home will now begin, when you're using smart home, it's like your home now beginning to think. You will just walk into your house and you just tell your lights to turn off, and it does turn off. When it's observed that the cool room is too cold, the air conditioner will turn off by itself. By itself, automation also works in smart home, where you now see your vacuum cleaner just goes around at a particular time period. When you're not at home, it does the cleaning in the house, and it works, and it packs itself by itself. You don't need to come and operate it. You have cameras, you have security system that is checking around, enabled for you and giving you reports in real time on your mobile phone. That is smart home in reality. So we're looking at, in the next 5 years, we're going to be seeing smart home almost everywhere, okay? Next, we envision to see on the list is the rise of robotics. Robots will expand beyond what they're having in the factories right now. We'll see robots in healthcare, we'll see robots in delivery system, we'll see robots in agriculture. This will assist humans in physical tasks, not just the digital ones. Currently, there's a video I saw recently about in China, where we have robots and even robots and drones delivering packages to people, the end users. We now have robots in the streets, and you can interact with them, and they talk to you back, and they now do tasks for you. You can tell them to dance, and they would dance. Yeah, there was a video I saw recently, where in China, currently now, this is 2026, robots are now on the street, literally, although people are supervising them from afar, because they don't want people to, take them away and all of that. But then this is already happening, and they have cameras and all of that embedded in them, so they can see you, and when you talk to them, they now operate as you want them to do so. So we're envisioning that in the next 5 years, robots will be everywhere. So open your eyes and be expectant of that, because we always see that in movies, but now we are seeing that happening in our everyday life. Next is we have AR and VR expansion. Now, AR means augmented reality. VR means virtual reality. I'm going to pause and just explain what the two mean. Augmented reality is the difference between AR and VR for short is that for AR, you can maybe wear a Google Glass now, and you'll be able to see some things that will be, like the word said, augmented reality. They'll put some objects in your reality. You can still see your surroundings, but then you'll not be seeing things that are not actually there. So you're not cut short from what is happening in real life. But for VR, virtual reality, where you wear AirPod on your ears, or headphone also on your ear, is to cover you from what is happening in reality, and then it gives you a virtual world. Maybe you may now see that you're in a train mill, or you see that you are in a roller coaster and there are snakes everywhere, and so on and so forth. That is virtual reality. So augmented reality happens in real life. People use it, and VR, people use it also. AR, people use it now with the Google Glass, Google Lens. You have Google Lens, and then it tells you things, you move around, and it just starts writing things out for you and telling you this is what this is, and this is what you can now, change what your reality is. That does not cut you short from what you are seeing in real life. So you see the difference? So we are envisioning that in the next 5 years, reality will transform education. In education, we are seeing we are going to have more virtual classrooms, while in gaming, we are seeing an immersive experience. We're also seeing that trainings will be, we'll have simulations for trainings for professionals. We're already seeing it now, where people will be doing trainings and you just see something just pop up from a machine. Yes, that is an augmented reality there. So learning will become more and more interactive than ever. Next, we would experience in the next 5 years, what we hope to experience is cybersecurity becoming critical. My brothers, my sisters out there, my tech enthusiasts out there that are into cybersecurity, it's a good way to, enrich yourself in the future, because as more systems go online, hacking risks increases. Cybersecurity will become one of the most important global careers. That's what we're envisioning. It's not easy. Governments and companies will invest heavily in protecting their system. They want to protect their system. So if you're doing a course on cybersecurity, or you intend to do a course on cybersecurity, it is not a lost cause, so to speak. It's actually the right way to go, because this will now become the job. The demand for this job will increase exponentially in the next few years, because everything will be remote, everything will be online, everything will be more automated, and now you now need some persons to protect you from hackers, to protect you from all those things that may damage your own system. So cybersecurity, we are seeing is going to become more rampant. The job will also become more searched for, or more catered for. Another aspect that we're on that trend that we are hoping that will evolve in the next 5 years is remote work. Remote work is where persons stay in the comfort of their home or anywhere, maybe in an office or an enclosed space, and they work without actually physically being where the office or the company may be. So remote work will continue to expand. Companies will hire talent globally without physical offices. This will change how people view careers and location. Already we have remote work up and down. We have many persons working remotely from their homes at their comfort zone, and they deliver this job and they get paid in real time per hour, or as the case may be. So this, we are seeing that in the next 5 years, this will become so rampant. Yeah. Another area is the digital identity system. We are envisioning that your identity will become fully digital, whether it's your banking access, whether it's your government service, whether it's the travel documents that you now currently have. Everything will be linked to a secure digital identity system. It's already happening. We're already envisioning it, that it will happen, to now become more in 5 years from now. Another area to look at, ninth area to look at from the top 10 trends that we're talking about is AI in education. We are envisioning that schools will integrate artificial intelligence into teaching. They will personalize learning path, and also have automated grading system. We'll have some virtual tutors, no longer having physical tutors around. People will just teach you virtually. And also education will become more customized to each student. That's our vision. Last but not least, we are envisioning that we'll have an hyper-personalized technology. Now, we are envisioning that in the future, 5 years from now, technology will adapt to individuals, as we already have with AI chatbots. We'll now have more personalized news feed. We already have that with TikTok, when you now have For You page, and the algorithm now works with whatever you like, and they now use that to feed you with the content you love. We are envisioning that we have adaptive applications. We're envisioning that in the next 5 years we'll have smart recommendations, and every user experience will become unique. So as we close today's edition of Tech Today, one thing is clear. We are living through the fastest technological transformation in human history. So from AI tools that are already reshaping our daily lives to future trends that will continue to redefine how we live, how we work, and how we connect. The world is evolving faster than ever before. But the real question is not what technology will become. The real question I'm going to ask you out there is, what will we become with technology? Because in the end, technology does not replace humans. It only amplifies human choices. Thank you for joining me on the program Tech today. It's always a delight having to sit here and inform you and also educate and also learn from one of the beautiful things that's happening in the world of technology. I am Lawal Momo, and join us again next week for another interesting episode of this program. Until then, I say you should always stay informed, stay curious, and stay ahead of the future. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobile Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobile Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobile Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobile Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota wese eniwa dolopewo. Waya hima makaba pon wa sense. Bota pe makaga ya. Ke ya ye na agbon eme gboma. Ke na abete uyo webo. Katikate uyo ma na do ni malelewe ni. E na ya maweto ha. Okuma mero. Oka mona gbon ro. We no salebo ya gbon e. Ma yinu kan ya fe bota nambe kenan le ni maje de bo we kan se de man le wo wi yin se ma yinu we kan na ya wi bude so we nia o ga de na ni wa ni ma gun aka o na ya gba we pe e haro wo gba o ge ugie ni arioba awe yoko ya sera ne Nigeria pe aro ogba oye na 27 years oye na ne Nigeria army oni yoko aro Nigeria ya sare oba ni ma we ni ki maaro ena ya ma agwa kan ya na ogwa agwa ore ma lo tan pastor Calvary unamure
iwie du no wo wa be benege kai wa bi tota wabi dayo ofun egbo saroba go yaro oba atope
ise orode ma lo tan Victor Ebizugbe
adona ayire wa haro pa e bo ya wu wa ye wedo so na pe ni Jesu o ma ko ma na wu wa wu baba na o gota ma me ma gbo ka me ma ri egbe bo bi yoku e no do ma ga mi ma ye mi lo bo ọba àtọpẹ
ṣe me so abose nje no bi ero no ri edo ba yo ka o edo ya fe ke na ri okagbe o ye o ya o tagbon ya mejo to ya ọba àtọpẹ
ise
eni ma wu ma gba kan ni wa o ari egbe obe ibi yoko re Nigeria ma ge kede do ade na ri egbe ibi yoko Nigeria de la o da ma eni do lo wa no ro ma se de hiya i ori ma rugo die ka ti ma rugo da iwi no re o to se rewo iya elu ma iya lu ma yo de sia iwo na lo rewo wo ye ma yu no kan no bo woni wa ni ameke na we o pe ha ro wo gba ikiri upo arogba iyokore ya do kon ya ya fe ami ani aro ya fe ma me ya alawo ma adowo evuti adobie wo la otue osege Nigeria ena ya fe maage otenage pastor Calvary Mulamure uage ige otue osege wo kebe igina dona na dobe pediwe ba kina yena yena
domo wese
obukan
domo sa ikaka bo gitu wa dunu pe o ni ka gitu wa sin we wa be nege kai eme no kai me o kari oba o tebu ma oge Nigeria ma ya gwa kan ara bi omo na ga nwa ne ka setting osun ra be we bo nwa ne omo ga igba opiwe va ne baba egi o obi omo okin abon ayi be ka me we sai me won so para igba opiwe va na yari tota oje ne bi egbe yo bi egbe agwale mi no rewo amayi ka won na abo aka ri tokun mi upe hairogma no yin onya ugie ma jena na yari egbe yo be isogiare omo na bi ebe ukponi ona we ukpe hairogma obukana yena eso won do ne
ya bia ne so ya wa won do
o ma mari bie orukpe hairogma ana do miewe ori owo do ne ba iri yo egi yo buka ana do miewe ukpe hairogma ori jena ni mari egbe bo be sogi awe magayi setting suwon enia ana ri egbe bo be sogi awe sebo na ni ma magayi setting dole enia ni magayi egbe kian owo kana omo do ona ga bo kana we ipede kesugie ame ukpe kesugie o ejena ona yin omo do ne ke ba pa eni omo kan ori pase a enwo momo se a enwo mo kan se yen so awe mi oku oba adele hewe owuhana nwane so kma no kan mi emi mana omo na ya gbabu pe haro ogbon rade me ma mi aluga ono ma so pin eki eko ye ne ogi magidi eni magi eni ye e ba ni logi ba se e ba ko no wegbe ose e ba lagi alagu yeke okaka boro oba atope
ise osaloba lawo na di mala yeke
ise irun gini
no ami ona meru ni na lawo da e ma ni alapo ba ko be ye ko sun e be ye ko we na ya ma we se ye ni ma wa we he ma upo ni ma so ye wi ma o wa ni ma bo lo be na ya du ko e wo we oge ulima ko ke oge simu na ya pe be na awe olapa he iwina iwine be iwine iwi ya se iwina oge owazigo igo na miena agwa fi ewo rie agwa emoto eya no Nigeria oya aya ewo ya do age kisi o ya ge very miles o fi gbon ni ma me ma upogene ma hiwe the whole world utagbon ya fere we ma ye kan se ma wa lu ewo ni rewe la yeye ma mu yo de ni amata lo ya adoni ya fere allow down ọ̀rọ̀ bí allow down ọ̀rọ̀ wo ye ye ni ma ye na ni wan ya yo se gbi ma wana lo se gbe o tu se rewo na fi wo re cda na fi yo ba ri we ge na e gbi na rewo ba ge e ba gbi na se ya se gbodun we na we mu yo ara we ara ona do we awo do we aso ma gbe ai boyo we ya pere ya se gbe ra ni mare na mu ko te hare aye mi re na mi e ma ye mu gbo bi ni ma mo a igbilo to ye jawe e na ya fe ma ge na ni wan e wi ni ya ye aye yugo ni a aye yugo ni a o wa wi ye e kene ori kere akulewo lawa we ni wala wa na e wa fi aya fi o no wi fi ase re ya awa re ari owo ebe suku awa akoko mo ni die ajo ye moto aya gbe ni awa aya iya ma ni aru awe ama wo ni iwo na iya we iwo yana igo ariase wi ariase awo na mure ni emoni eso wu yo do ekeni mayeri hina oda upe aro ogbon ni soja gise ari oba adima mayira na ho ni mayu kan ala oda ro o te bizu gbezo Victor wo ye wo ni won wa mi oda a politician we
where really upupa ze emere so bo no fi agbemo here
ise
well when
koko deli waso
no kaso no po ye so suge mami ewo na o salopo oga di ai ni ma hu da we mane ekwi mane na agbon mama mo gbe ma ya di ai de gbe ma hu da ma me mata e mata to aba ge don gbe ma ro gele na yo ba wi iseza ya pa ye na mu ani ma bo ni ma to bi ma ra elu awe gbe ma ya yere we egede we na ra a Midwestern region ari we ona ki a region iva all the panafia with the emotala na gaga ana do a 12 states ana wa guy ni ima ne kwi ma ni wi ma ri o gbe ma mama e fi opa yi seza o e gaga sekere ma e na no state ma me na a democratic 27 years ikpi e haro ogbon ra ihin onyangi mama e fi state opa mami what's the bona owo me gwa lori me no pa gwa lori awe na fi e ba ko edo ana fi e na fi yeva hotel Edo South ina we agwa le state edo ko government no rigbe e se ta we se gwa ma be gwa le no si kesuge not we be gwa le agigi ya tigi ni ma ta ti kukugbe ni ma mu dia ni ma mama no fu mo ya gbe na rai no fu re gbe ga gbe ma de ori oni gbe ma o do ni o ma gi wini ma o ma ge igba e so bi ara to bi abe o padà te decree o padà wa atani èmi agwale àwọn apa mu yan o ha jo ma gun yen wa we e ma ya do se kiri ma iye na
owesi
mani wi ma to ma wo gbe ma mama mi o ti ya we o la ho gbe ma ku ori okuku gbe ni mama ma na we so we go pana no pa se go gboro pa no fure gare ati seleva do kana fu ma gbere oba to pe
anyway wada ni mata allow down onora oni magma kana ba ya mi allow down ba ya mi afi wo ye na ari enima e ma ni nya bo ya fe bo de we na o lapa yi awe police bo ye ya vie wu yo awe ni na be to se gebo avi ayo awi via wa na bo ye na ni wa e nda wa dole yi awa me okari oba ogewo awa we iwo na lobewo yiri no ya ye owogun ya wa no awa dole yi awa asupo upo ni na emi awa asorewe na terewe awa aswe awe okero aro ewone ekeye ai enya ni ya fe iya nya re aboto serewo iya mwese bogi je na o ha me roe usero ni kire ba we na miewe emi na ya fe go fi wori o so lo papa ma tuti e mo ma tuti salo ba so pa ma reguge uwe owo salo ba a reguge emi are o ma ni maru e ro pade le yo abi Nigeria o dele yo ra we ni ma no na ma ya na dele yo o te me pastor
domosa owo mo ala na gbe wa
ubi aibo e
o ga be labude o ori opa mama eri nwa ni nda e domet ni ma
ayo ya ne
do he me ya nra o mo na labu na gbe arude ne
ai bodo ma ri
ona labude mo ayo ya ne domet ma je na baba ma mi eri sogia ojaya janoma umagwa ajojano
yes
so pa amara wi malane boja abia ge sogia wi mae awa agboba gbeagbe awa mama gwa we na akwe gadu magbero akpori ne na wo ma na do mu yi mabona te democracy wa mu ni atobia we pepe na gwa lo ya na mu gwa mi we usaka me ora do gbo de natana nu da ugage wa ege no ga ro be ge ni eso gya na ga re federal government ati won ogete budo are awlagbada na ga re da de state ya ege na wona ya gbalo to to e ba ni adobo ina re da de me na ya lu igo 3000 no ma se ya de fuel 5 liter no izagodo nekere arunda egi e gan nda isogia ojaya janoma we unyine mani ma bena ya segbe de ege sogia no baba eni ya igba no dado ogwa eyegbe ogwa anyunyi mo so pa aya mi na we omo rarira omo na doji omo na musaka me adi mi no ta ore ya we no bi obi abonoki owo na ozo abono
ke avi
owo no se ba
captive view
aba eni oni oligi yala ho mami oja owo mo ala ni na boewude na gbe aboewude olamude okin na ijoja na oja no ro ege sogia so pe na ya mi ma mo ja ni ara wo ma gba boewude egbe na we ligi ina ya sunna or only in rote we mana usaka ne rote we mana with democracy na oto agbe ya wadoge no gege na ya democracy na upe arobogban ke ba panu wege be na ofi boye e bi oto we ade owi be de ne noro na ana ga we no when ba si wa no ke my dead away again no ya go oyibo paria ona do kede do we kede do la de Nigeria
we say petrol
yere era move e ma no rai na wa je na o wa mu go no so ya dole do na yi o wa mu ko mo de Nigeria o ga wa to do na pa o do emu ko bia e wo na gwa lo ma mi e go you say that bada egbe no to na bi gbe jora ana we me mani ade ni edo ki o kari oba o fie ni wa ya fie ana do akari oba e ba ni kolo Lukman ati corruption ona do ri ama we ki so giani no uda mama mi ala go da ropa no ro ke ni ade wo mana koko ayobo keke na ye ga gbo ma gbia ne ni ya ga ma eni ya use mu dia kere ona so hade to e le ne pize o ma se 5000 wa mu ni go kere mo bo emiliki ima ya mu da re ni o na wa gbona kesko e ko do wa te miliki 10 kobo o wa mo bread o wa to wa nya no enwemila wa enwene obu yo rugbo emiliki ni ano manoro 1000 adopa me na yo no de ni ya mi go ya desel emi na gbe kan ara sioma ani ari oba no ro na mo igbero ya wiye bo no wa one ode na mu moto na ya igbero wa e ma no mi moto mi ni onu amuhie e me bo ti frustration ologo ma na wo gbe do po emi na wo gbe ga logo asokito ero bo da asokito we government oyin na roge o wa keka igo we ya ri card we agbe mo gbe we o pa ga ro be na asokito un Oliver no gbera igi se wa ni o ga ri oba o me ni se wa onope oro we ba ti ni we oro wa gbe no o igbe na fun na we o ma no ta o ma ka mo ni go ri card o igbe na fun na o we 15000 eyin na ge gbe me eyin na ge eyin na mo gbe ka mi me we ke agbe no we di go be ni o le li mere me na be na wa ri oba se na ka ma me go ga ri oba me ye le ni oro ga 1 naira aya ri card in Central Hospital no ga ri ring road ma me 105,000 you know di yo bona ro ba je ni ba mi ma ye school baba be ge no gbe age so gi ani aga de ni ma e ge gbe mu dia be ge so gi anu gbe mu dia na ru ara mu mi la le da de school we iri ni ta de iri eni no ra ri oba e mo na de se no re bo so pe na de je na do go we ranu yo to o wa mi o we yi o kan me bread do nu akin ye yo nu
we pe o yo
o ba to pe
ise anyway ya yi wa da yi ma ba we hege na yena ba ya se wo ye he
bi so be aboda
enya we nya nia ne kere ma bera ze we no yasunu ma bere inwura no rewo we no yare ma bere upupe ni ma le iye mego igo ni valu yi ma bere o ha no rewo ne kere ma bere wi Nigeria no ipa japa este japa no give japa donya ni japa enu dada yena otogbe eyere yapa iya ni we pa ma be won oibiri owulo yode nda in Nigeria no lato atopa ni wulo na gbewa ibi ma ya ki oye ni ya fe popo wa no ewo ni gba oye Nigeria obiyan obuwa oye baya dole ye enara oye remuva wa ma egere ya sunni bene edoye ni a daga we ne be nupo no ki ma eni wo na amuyoko oni ma ye lo ni a ye no ipe weva ni a wa re oye ipe yan 7,000 5,000 no ma ye lo ni sopa be na idere wo ye baya we ya are mewe wa so tawe alauda agwalo alauda na agwalo na esi yeke nda na iye na wa mi ono no ma no se ti jobo mu ni ai gwale na ni ana se koto Nigeria iye o podegbe wedo wana ewo eyan ewo ile wa ile ri ewo do tagbon ma le ri eru yan mi o akegbe ni le lewe wo yan wi ale die do yan asedo yan mai mi wa ya wina mai mi wa ya gbogbo mai mi wa ya we mai mu ayi ma bo je ebe do na o to se we wo ya ni ma e matuti na ni yiro ya se gbe governor ya se ya fe na ya fe ma gwalo to na ya do ugewe 27 na haro ogma na yiri egbe wo be soja ima ehun se dere we ni ma ebo ewe na be boy mo lo tedo aye ke na we mo la o ma fa o ma okene ola erewe
ara ya ola
wola
we mi ya la ni
ya awi ala ekene ya mo la aya mo luwa aya mo le kene
ya wi na onyo ta ni no
na ya ni won ta bizugbe ire bo wa de you look at
baba so abona de by ma ya na fi we de gare dagbe ma ya do te won pa owo karaha
ogbo iko
yo ibu no bi ye ibu ere ma me ke ma yi na de wa gbe ma na awa gbe na so abona de logo ma mu ma gba awani ma we no wi obo ni ma yo wi gbe ma na so abona ge ma mi we ni ma si pagbe gẹ́gẹ́ sí máa dìgẹ́ máa bẹ yá ní ọ̀bọ yẹ pẹ̀tì lẹ́yà mọ̀ wọn ayọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀wọ́n ní làpò ní ẹ ó pẹ́ ẹ̀ lọ́kọ̀ ẹ ìwà ní múdà kébẹ́ náà ìyá àgbẹ̀ kọ̀kọ̀ rárẹ̀ dàgbé yàn náà tẹ ẹ dividend náà kọ̀kọ̀ dọ̀ rẹ̀ àríyègbè ní ma yà àríyègbè ẹ̀gbọ́ ìmọ̀ àyìn àdó láwó lọ́kọ̀ sábà náà lọ́kọ̀ wọn rẹ́sù ọkọ̀ yìí mọ́tò bábà yà ni mẹ́ka kàbọ̀dọ̀ mú pàmùwẹ̀rẹ̀ ìdógẹ̀ yìí wẹ́ ìmọ̀ àtàwé di ọwọ́ di ọmọ padì rí ìṣẹ́zà ti màmá sẹ́ sọpọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ̀rọ orí ìgbégun ẹ̀ orí ìyìn ìkàwé ni ókè náà orí ọwọ́ padì máa mú ẹ̀ ọmọ mú lẹ́kẹ̀tì yéye tó dọ́ni bí màá lè lẹ wà ní ìgbà orí mọ́ náà House of Assembly House of Senate House of Representatives the President the Governor yàwó ẹ̀hẹ́ ẹ̀mọ̀ ni wà gbà oge wà á gbà ọ̀rọ̀ àmúhàyà ẹ̀mọ̀ náà gbọ̀n ní awúlò ọ̀hàn ẹ̀gbẹ̀dọ́ wọn dọ́wọ́ nọ̀bẹ̀ ń tẹ̀tí lè mú gbó n'òyìnbó ìwé náà ìmọ̀ ya gbà kan ìbò dẹ àgbèso wa àgbèso àmọ̀ yẹ imú agbẹ́dá tó ti kó yẹ lọ́yà fún.
èyí máa gbọ́ kàǹkù dẹ́ ẹ̀bínàgẹ́ uhi udome ọ̀rẹ́ nàyà dùn ẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nẹ̀ àríọ̀bá ọ̀rẹ́ yìí kò yá sẹ́ àná ìmọ̀ àwùpẹ́ ẹ̀hárọ̀ ọgbọ́n nígbèrà àlùwà náà gẹ́dẹ́gbẹ́ ọ̀kẹ́ yìí rọ̀ máa tutù àwẹ̀ òtún àrẹ ọ̀bẹ nàìjíríà ní àfi wòrí ẹ ní àfi òkùgbé wẹ aláọ̀dà ọ̀hárọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ nàdé ǹdàyẹ nígbèrà àbíyẹ èmọ̀ ìlọ́wọ́bẹ àádọ́ gbogbo yẹn náà yẹn rí ìbáyé yẹn àrí stadium yẹn àrí ẹ̀yà àyímìrọ̀pà yẹn àrí yé wíwọ́n náà yé náà níwọ̀n ẹ̀ wàá ṣe nàìjíríà rí ilé petrol wàá mú ẹ rí àyíṣẹ́tì ìṣàwọ̀dẹ́ àyíṣẹ́tì ìyúgbó àyíṣẹ́tì ìyógò èyí ni bó yàfẹ́ wà ẹ má máa náà tútì ẹ àríọba yàfẹ́ máa pọ̀ wọ́n sàrọ́bà yẹ̀dẹ̀ náà yẹn náà lórí ìwọ̀n sọ ìmọ̀nìgbé mára lọ sàrọ́bà jẹ gbéra ya nìkún ní rẹ hospital ní kìnnà kìnnà náà lọ́bẹ̀ ló wà ní gbé mára níkà náà gbé gbéra wa sàrọ́bà jẹ gbéra wa yàfẹ́ ẹ má náà mú gíbo tàwọn ẹ̀dẹ̀ nínú àyètọ̀ maya ka uge na dona sabona de ba maya fe ọba àtọpẹ iṣẹ́
ITV, certainly the best.
RTV, certainly the best.
RTV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I am Joy Obaisiagbon, your host on this special program. You know how we do it here. We look at societal matters from the youth perspective. And today we are talking spirituality. You know, Easter celebration just passed. This is the month of sober reflection. We need to check our character. We need to, connect back to the faith if we have actually, step back a bit. And like I said, our topic today is on spirituality. Actually, spirituality, navigating spirituality amidst life challenges. And today I will be doing this conversation with my guest, Pastor Great Okonewa. He has been here before. Thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you for having me, and welcome my viewers.
Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter in arrears. Thank you very much. So moving on, Pastor Great.
Yeah.
How do you think faith influences one's decision, especially in relationship, workplace, and all of that?
Yeah, faith. By the word faith, you mean your belief system.
Yes.
Right. So, one's belief system actually shapes your mindset, shapes your character, and by character I mean the way you relate with your fellow human being. Your faith is both vertical and horizontal. Okay, so if what you believe in, that's the vertical part, and the horizontal is how that belief influences the way you relate with your neighbor, with your fellow human being. Okay, so if you believe in Christ, for example, you follow his teachings, and his teachings, his lifestyle shapes the way you relate with people. Like Jesus said, do unto others as you will have them do unto you. That's the golden rule. That's a rule that has actually been accepted across religious lines. All religions, I think. I'm not sure there's any religion, I'm not aware of any religion that will say they don't want people to treat them right. And then Christ says, do unto others as you have them do unto you. That's why I always believe that Christ is not a religious person. He didn't come to establish a religion. Jesus is not a Christian. That's it. And he's not a Muslim either. He's not a religious person. Religion is a creation of man. Religion is more of politics. It's a creation of man, a set of rules to guide people and so make them think in certain direction. Okay, the Greek word for religion is religare. Religare means to bind back, to tie something. And really, religion has actually tied the minds of many people. When you see people behave in a certain way, you begin to wonder whether they even think at all. Okay, so, but I want to take faith beyond religion. Because whether you are religious or not religious, you have faith in something. You certainly have faith in something. Man was created to have faith in a higher being. Whatever that higher being is to you is your faith. So whatever that higher being tells you to do, or the leadership or the teachings of that deity or the higher being shapes your behavior and shapes the way you relate with other people, certainly.
Okay, moving forward, I wouldn't want to stress when you talked about religion that Jesus was not a Christian. Yeah. And you also said that rules and regulation, put together by men. But do you not think that if there are no rules and regulation, people will not actually, practice their faith in Christ very, very perfectly? We know nobody is perfect, actually, like at least to an extent.
Yeah, rules are good. Rules are not bad if the rules are created honestly, not with hidden agenda. It was the philosopher Marcus Cicero that said that anyone can be a good leader if greed and self doesn't get in the way. All right. So if those rules are honestly made for humans to be able to relate with their maker, relate with their creator, they are very fine and good. And it helps you too to relate with your fellow human beings. So we need rules, certainly. We need rules. But the rules shouldn't limit the reasoning of man. God gave us this mind to think. So if you have rules, the rules shouldn't limit your reasoning. You should be able to think out of the box. People should be allowed to think freely within the parameters, of course, of certain standards. You don't have to be absolute in your thinking. It doesn't mean that you can just take cutlass and kill somebody and say, well, I thought I'm free to think anything. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There are standards. I mean, there are some irreducible minimum, okay, that you can go. But I think that the rules are not bad in themselves. But people can manipulate the rules to subjugate other people and limit their thinking. For example, somebody comes to you and tell you that buy my sticker that has my picture, all right? Place it on your car, your house, your store. Nothing happens to you if you place it there. No armed robber comes to your house. No, nothing will happen to you. You are safe. But I, that has the picture on that sticker, I go about with about 5, 10 policemen or security guards with guns protecting me. So if my picture can protect you, why do I need security guards to protect me? So if you tell me that, I'm going to think. I can't be deceived to that extent. I'm going to think. I say, no, I don't believe what you're saying. I believe in Christ, but this one you're saying, I'm not sure Christ will say this.
Okay,
so
people have the liberty to think outside the box.
Yeah.
Do you think that contradicts the Bible?
No, it doesn't. God gave us the mind to think.
Because the Bible is the set rules and regulation for Christians. It actually helps us to shape our love for Christ, our faith in God, and all of that. So if we are given that liberty, like you said, to think outside of the box, so it means there are a lot of things in the Bible that should be,
when you say the Bible is a set of rules.
So what I would like you to know, there are set down rules and regulations, especially the book of Proverbs, right? Gives us a lot of, and also there's also a commandment that says, thou shalt. So that's like a rule.
Yeah, those are rules, okay? But I will also tell you that before those rules were made, like the 10 Commandments, for example, before God gave Moses the 10 Commandments, those commandments were already written in the conscience of man. Yeah, look at it very well. Those 10 Commandments, I'm not sure there's anyone there that was not already in the conscience of man.
So it just needed to be established.
Yeah, it needed to be established because even man was not able to follow the rules, even the dictate of his conscience. That's why Christ came, to give us the power to be able to follow. Because thou shalt not kill. Do I really need somebody to tell me that killing is bad?
Yeah.
I don't need rules to tell me that to kill another person is bad. The conscience is there. Even before the Bible came, our forefathers, there's no society that celebrates one killing another. There's no society that celebrates a man sleeping with another man's wife. You understand? They are all there. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. Even your conscience will tell you that. You understand? So these rules are not really, they are rules made, they were more like codified, but they were already in us. And that's why God said, a time will come when they will not need these written laws, that my laws will be written in their heart. And that time is where we are right now. So I think we should take the issue of faith, the issue of our relationship with God beyond the letters, beyond religion. Because religion really emphasizes on rules, but walking with Christ emphasizes more on love, on freedom. to think. You know, that's why Jesus said, when they came to Jesus, said, what is the greatest commandment? What did he say? He said, he reduced it to one word. And that word is love. What is the greatest commandment? He said, first, love the Lord your God with all your heart, your strength, and your mind. And the second one that follows is love your neighbor as yourself. And if you bring it closer further, it's love. Okay, so there are not too many rules really, you know, because if you love God, you are not going to worship another God. If you love God, you're not going to take his name for granted. That covers the first 4 commandments. And the remaining 6 is about the horizontal relationship with your neighbor. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to steal from him. You're not going to, you know, take his wife. You're not going to, things like that. So it's very, very simple. But religion makes it look difficult to serve God.
Talking about love and priority. Yeah. You know, nowadays, a lot of us are in the corporate space.
Yeah.
And we just try as much as we can to be very careful when it comes to, you know, practicing religion, let me not use the word religion, practicing our faith and loving God, spirituality and all of that, and having to, you know, tolerate, because there's, whether you like it or not, there's always someone on a standby to piss you off, sure. Right? So as a youth, as a young adult, you know, working, doing life, your business and all of that, you know, even having to enter public transport and all of that, even though you are mobile, someone is always on his standby to offend you. So, you know, life challenges and struggles and all of that. How do you navigate spirituality, talking about priority? How do you prioritize your faith and your spirituality?
Okay, it's a very, very good question. First of all, I would like to bring our minds to what happened in the Garden of Gethsemane. You know, Easter just passed. So we can look at what happened, what Jesus did, what happened, what transpired at the Garden of Gethsemane. Now, Jesus was about to be crucified. And before he got to the Garden of Gethsemane, we never knew that he had some element of self in him. Okay? When we say Jesus, Jesus, but he was man and God at the same time. He was so perfect, but we didn't know that there was that element of self. Because you really don't know who you are until your hour of death. Yeah, somebody said that what you become on your hour or the moment of death is the person you should have been. God is one. Yeah, because that's the moment of truth. That's the moment of reality. You can't
become humble.
Yeah, you can't really pretend at that moment. Your reality comes out. So at that moment, Jesus was facing death. Not just death, but suffering and humiliation and all of that. And he said, self came in, the element of self there. Like me going through all of these things. Like how, I mean, it was excruciating. It was so humiliating. He was naked on the cross. All right? Because even the underwear was being taken by the soldiers.
Imagine a pastor and then your followers see you naked.
It was too much to take.
Yeah.
So he said, Father, is there any way we can go about this? Let's renegotiate the whole thing. Can we not find another way to save humanity? Must I die? Must I do this? But then he quickly realized himself and he said, not my will, but your will be done. At that moment, that was when man won. That was when man defeated the devil. That was when Jesus died. Because from that moment, the Bible says he never opened his mouth anymore. Because this time, when you give yourself away, you are like someone who has died. You no longer care about anything. All right? So now he gave himself away and God helped him. Angels came, strengthened him, and he prayed more earnestly. And he was able to face the humiliation and all of that happened, the embarrassment, the slap, the insult. Why was he able to face all of that? Because he was no longer putting himself first. It was no longer about him. Now, bringing this to our daily lives, office work, even in leadership, if you have this mind that it's not about me, okay, it's about, carrying out the job I was employed to do. It's about satisfying my employer. It's about, getting the maximum result. No matter other offenses that may come, you don't get distracted by that. Because it's not about you. You don't put yourself away.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's not easy, I must confess. It's not easy. At some point, you might lose it. because you are a human being. You are in flesh. You have flesh and blood.
But we should be
Okay?
like Jesus in the chorus.
You have flesh and blood. But then, sometimes, even if you have power or you have the power to do certain things, you can just decide to put it away. Because the greatest virtue that Jesus demonstrated on the cross, what that he demonstrated all through his lifetime on earth, it was not about feeding the 5,000 people or healing the sick and all that. The greatest virtue that Jesus demonstrated was his refusal to come down from the cross, even when he had the power to do so. He had the power to come down from the cross. He had the power to call the angels and they will fight for him and all of that stuff. Even when he said, "Whom are you looking for?" They said, "Jesus." He said, "I am the one." They fell on the ground. So he could have, but he chose to remain there because of his love for humanity and his submission to the Father. So if we have that mindset, because every day we are in a process of becoming, we are working towards perfection. No one is perfect yet. Yes, sometimes you may lose it at some point, but don't give up on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. You will get better. All right. So if people offend you, as long as you are able to do what you have to do, and satisfy your employer, you go ahead. But at some point, if you have to, because there are some people that are like goats, you need to beat a goat in order for the goat to learn
perform.
Yeah. So if it comes to that point that you know that you need to, this one needs a whip to fall in line, then you can do that. Jesus got angry at some point as well. He got to the synagogue. He made people selling. Oh, yes. He turned it to a marketplace, and he got angry. He picked up a whip and he whipped people, flogged them. So sometimes it can happen. But as long as it is not about your personal, the difference between Jesus getting angry and flogging people and the way some of us do it is that Jesus was angry not about himself. His anger was not about self. It was about his Father's house.
Of course.
Zeal for his Father's house. Why are you turning my Father's house or something else?
Yeah, priority.
Priority. So you prioritize, don't prioritize yourself. Put yourself first. Your name is Joy, right? Yeah, somebody tried to use Joy as an acronym. I said Jesus first, others next, and yourself last. J-O-Y. So when you put yourself last, you will always be a very happy person. Because even when they try to make you angry, you don't even get angry because you are like a dead man. A dead man doesn't get angry. The Bible says, except a grain of wheat fall down and die, it abides alone. If it dies, it yields more fruit. So if you consider yourself as dead to self, when we have good leaders in this country, when we have leaders who are dead.
All right, a lot of wisdom from Pastor Great. We're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Youth Perspective on Independent Television. And over here, we've been having a conversation on spirituality. Yes. Yeah, spirituality. Sober reflection. Having to prioritize yourself, your spirituality, and love God. According to my guest here, he said, put people first and put yourself last, right? If I'm getting you very correctly. All right. So moving forward, Pastor Great, this question is a little bit personal. Yeah. So tell us, have you ever felt like giving up on your faith during tough times, and what helped you persevere?
Yeah. Giving up, having tough time, yes. I've had tough times, but giving up on my faith, I've never really thought of it. Yes, I've never thought of it. The reason is because, it's not because I'm perfect or anything, but the reason is because when I gave my life to Christ, I chose to serve God. I burned the bridges behind. I didn't leave any option of going back. Or if this one doesn't work, I will try this. I've never, ever, ever thought of it. Okay, but what have helped me is because what Paul said when he said, what shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, shall, famine or whatever? Nothing in this world, nothing in the world to come, nothing in heaven, nothing on earth can separate me from the love of Christ? So,
wow.
Paul said something. He said that it's no longer I that liveth, but Christ liveth in me. Okay, in other words, I'm not the one living, but Christ lives in me. When somebody talk about denying God or deny Christ, I always tell them, not me, because Christ cannot deny himself. I believe that the old me died. So the one in me is Christ. So, but for those who might be struggling with that, because I understand that people go through that. At some point, you want to give up. At some point, you get angry with God. Sometimes, too, you get angry with God. Say, God, but I'm serving you. I'm doing everything. Why are things still like that? So if you get to that point, all you need to do is you need to take it easy on yourself. You are going through a process. We are all on a journey of becoming. We remember that the Bible says when you go through the fire, I will be with you in the fire. When you go through the water, it will not overflow you. Just understand that God is not far away from you at that moment. God does not hate you. God does not forget his own. He does not hate you. Even when things are not going well, he's still God. And his love for you has not changed. It has never changed. The Bible says, all things work together for good to them that love the Lord. So just believe that. You don't need to understand it. The reason why many of us give up sometimes is because we're trying to understand God. You don't have to understand God because you can never understand God. Just trust the process. Trust him. You don't have to understand him. Even when there are gallops, just trust him. When we are, flying, on air, and sometimes the plane gallops, we still trust that the pilot is there, so we'll get to where we're going. So, you may panic a little bit, but trust the process. It will take you there.
You mentioned something in between that, what you were saying. It's quite difficult sometimes to trust God, right?
Yeah, sometimes in a very difficult time, it is difficult to trust God. It takes a lot of faith.
Especially for youth, young adults, and then you see yourself, especially in a place like Nigeria, right? You're earning minimum wage. Now tell me, what is a minimum wage even going to do for a person nowadays? You get so how it's just a lot.
I think one of what I would just say to that is that you bring yourself to a point where you don't seek validation from things. You don't seek your words from your possession. Even Jesus said it. He said, a man's life does not consist in the abundance of things he possesses. All right. So do not look at yourself, do not rate yourself based on your pockets or your bank account. Whether you have it in abundance or you don't have it at all, you are worth more than that. So when you understand it from this point of view, you will not be too hard on yourself. Because I've even heard of people, believers, who commit suicide. Some even pastors, some commit suicide. Why? Because they just couldn't take it anymore.
So in situations like this, sorry to cut you short, I had to. In situations like this, words of encouragement is not really enough.
Just
practical things that you think people can actually do to, go through that phase. Because honestly speaking, I believe it's a phase.
It's a phase, yeah.
Yeah, it is a phase. So as a person that has been in the faith, what are practical things do you think that people can actually do to go through this phase?
Yeah, what I would just say is that first of all, just be calm. Be calm. That's it.
Well, calm is not going to give you food, and
yes. No, why you should be calm is that, and have a kind of mindset, because the way you can, there's no practical. I can tell you now. Okay, when you have that, go out and work. They are working, and they don't get it. It's not that they are lazy. Okay, if you have something like that, go and do this. No, what you need to do is that it's about your mindset. Have a kind of mindset. There's a kind of mindset you will have that will help you navigate through life. It's about your mind. The Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. So if you have this mindset that God do not owe me anything, but I owe him everything. Even if he kills me, like Job said, even if he slay me, yet will I trust in him. So even if I don't survive it, I'm a child of God, and I'm a child of God, and that is what I know. So every other thing that comes, when it comes, it comes. If it doesn't come, I still don't have any particular, I don't have to take it personal. You know, just like I said before, a dead man does not really care what happens to him. So when you have that kind of mindset, you'll be able to overcome it. In fact, the devil will fear you, because there's nothing they will do to you that will make you react.
All right. I hope that this our analysis today has been able to help us to understand, see how we can navigate life challenges for those of us that want to enjoy and also keep our faith and be loving and, you know, be very, very committed in church and serving God and all of that. I hope this has been able to, you know, to understand, help us. And with this, we are going to be rounding up today's episode on Youth Perspective. Until next week, I am Joy Oba Isiagbon. Thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa Game known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Us on this week's edition of the program, Icons. Icon is a program designed where we showcase individuals and personalities who have made a mark in their chosen profession. And so you learn from their story to enhance your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, and your output generally. The program was designed to ensure that we give value to life from the experiences of those who are contemporaries, those who have gone ahead of us to achieve so much in the society. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, your host on the program. My guest is Chief Henry Iyobosa Legema, the iconic, Legema, I must say. Good to have you on the program. Good to have you on the program. All right, let's look at how the industry has evolved over the years. What used to be in the days of yore, not happening anymore. But if you were to do a comparative analysis between what you used to have then and what we have today in terms of revenue streams, in terms of technology and all of that, what would be your key assessment points?
There's been a drastic, I would say, improvement commercially. But there's been a deliberate drag back on professionalism, But for who I am, it is not the monies that we can make that is my drive. My drive is my passion for the craft, So I don't look at what we can make first. But there is no show without the business. That's why it's show business, isn't it? So, comparing then and now, professionally it was better then.
Financially it's better today.
Now, and our people are beginning to realize that the act is not for dropouts or for, they never do wells, And I think we are beginning to get our opportunities when necessary and when it's important.
How is the industry responding to technology? Particularly streaming platforms, and then some of the latest innovations in terms of equipment quality and all of that?
If you don't embrace it, you die. So it's our oxygen. That's what we have. That's why it was quickly embraced, and we're all, actualizing, the new things we're learning. There are SEMP, for instance, is organizing the relevance of AI to filmmaking. And AGN has done something like that. All the kids they are doing, they're integrating and reorientating our people in the new terms for the craft.
So who would you say are your greatest motivators, your mentors in the industry, people you looked forward to both locally and on international stage?
I don't have anybody internationally.
Is there a reason for that?
I'm a complete Benin man, my brother. I'm 101% Benin man, and my craft is my craft, not Oyibo craft. If you see my style, my craft is not tainted by any influence, especially Oyibo influence. I am first of all a Nigerian, and I try to. If I can't tell my story by myself, who will tell it for me? So as for people I've looked at, my role model, so to speak. The first one will be Akin Keru, late Akin Keru. Yoruba man whose mother was Obamedu. One of the finest actors I have ever seen in my life. He was in that great Lagbodo. He was one of the artists here who represented our state
in the team and I was in that same production, but as a page boy. In 1977.
Wow.
Akin Kiru was one of the greatest actors Nigeria ever saw. Then, of course, Sam Loco, and O.J. Ben, Cleophas Elegon, Ami Wu's father in Port of Life.
Okay.
Those were thespians, my brother. They ate, drank, lived, slept drama. Even Felix Ogie, Kasma Suleiman, Then in the nowadays, RFD, my contemporary, another fine actor, was here in Benin. My small cousin, Pedro Obaseki, was an inspiration. He was the first person who made me play a clown, a village jester in The Prince. Somebody was the Prince. And it was the first time I was playing that kind of role. I never believed I could carry it. But he told me, "Pa, there is nothing you that I know cannot do." I said, "Clown, me." I've always thought myself a very serious actor. He said, "Pa, without knowing it, you are a comedian." I was shocked at what I could,
do with that character.
I was in a war for months, for weeks, shooting, and I think that was one of my best performances, I tell you, in this business. Then you may think Pedro Obaseki is a young man. He's done everything in this industry, everything. Even for his young age, he's achieved everything. One of the best directors. Look at his play, his film. Eziza. There's no film like that in this country. And there's never been, and I don't think there will still be. Only my film, Ataparapa, and Jerome, I'm sure those are the ones that can
match that.
If not better it.
Okay.
With technology.
With technology now, which is available now.
Yes. Then, of course, Lancelot. Boisterous young man, but he's a very together person. He loves his craft, and he does not shy away from talking about it, shouting from the highest mountains about it, Otherwise, he's one of our best, and we have done well to support him. I think I've been in over 20 to 30 of his films.
Wow. Wow.
And that is one way we can support ourselves.
Absolutely.
It's not the money.
Yeah.
It's not like me. I don't think, maybe 1 or 2 persons have paid me for acting for them. I finish with you and walk away because I feel it's one way to encourage you. It's not because I have too much, but it's one way. I didn't have anything to start this business. And
people also supported you back then.
Yes. So I don't see why I should stress or strain your pulse to make you achieve what you want to do.
Okay. What would you say are those values? Some of them you highlighted, but I just want us to talk a bit more about those values and virtues that you held on to that has kept you thus far in the industry, which I believe strongly younger people, younger actors, actresses need to learn from.
First thing first is know who you are and believe in you. That's one. It's like the foundation. Know the talent you have. Know, the strength of your talent.
Okay.
Then hone it properly. Because it's you. There shouldn't be shortcuts or cutting corners to it. You must go through the mill. That's the only way you can actually be, when they say wet your whistle, that's the only way you can actually clean your pipe. Or like cleaning your lungs for fresh and clean breath, Then 2, you must be dedicated to the craft. Otherwise it will leave you. It's like a guitarist who leaves his guitar for 1 month. The guitar craft will leave you. To start again, you will start to learn
all over again.
That's how the act is. You must practice it every day. Whether you are alone, whether you are in a production situation. And don't let money be your focus. Don't let the glitz, the glamour be your focus. Otherwise, you'll be a flash in the pan. It's like fashion. It has its season.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But if you are in for the craft, and you are an absolute practitioner of the craft, you may not have that kind of fame, but you will be there.
Consistently.
You will just be a necessary evil there.
I like that word.
People will, anybody who's coming to shoot anywhere will say, where is that leg? Well, because you have made yourself relevant. And don't ever go on set and be a problem.
What do you mean by that?
Some people come and they come with all sorts of excuses, especially if they are collected monies. He will know that he's having another shoot in 5 days' time.
He will collect the money.
He will collect the money, and 3 days to the 5th day, he starts to give you problem with, I'm not well, my mother is in the hospital. Those kind of excuses. You may get away with it first, second time. But you may not have another job from that city.
Because that would be people's perception of you, and then they use it against you.
So we try, we follow that, our slogan that says the show must go on.
Go on.
So whatever. I pulled a tooth. I pulled a tooth to go on the set.
Wow.
I was on set when my immediate elder brother died. I finished. I didn't talk.
That's commitment, dedication to the contract, to the craft, just like you said.
And the minute you can have that dedication to the craft, the sky will just be your threshold.
Okay. As we round up now quickly, what should we expect from you? What do you have?
In the pipeline?
Yes, in the pipeline. What are you doing? Do you still act? Do you still shoot? Do you still produce? Do you still direct? And when you look back, how many movies would you give credit to as your personal production?
Whoa. Movies. Maybe like my personal movies. Maybe like 47, 48.
Wow. That's huge.
Then I produced for others about 50 something.
That's huge.
Right now, we are starting a new phase of filmmaking.
Why do you say new phase?
Because it's not what we have been doing or what we did before now. It's completing the movie and then animating the movies. It's a new deal we are starting with the Chinese.
Okay.
And we are starting with our own stories, epic stories. Joromi, Kwase, what do you call it? Atakpayakpa, Ise Nazoloa, then Nekidi, those
movies are way back, yeah.
So that's what we are doing. All the scripts already. We are doing our creation artists and dotting our eyes.
Okay.
By tomorrow, Pedi is starting the cartoon version of Ikoka. Tomorrow. And I'm playing with him,
Okay.
So he's the director, I'm just an actor.
Okay, that's it.
But I'll be there tomorrow, and I think it will take the whole of this week for that.
Okay. Okay.
So that's where we are. So right now, I have 2 films to release in the next couple of days.
Interesting.
Mother Dearest and A Woman of Virtue.
We're back to the theaters. I mean, the return of theaters.
Yeah.
How is that adding value to the industry?
Well, it should add value because it's a plus.
But it looks like it's not adding value from that.
Because that's why I said we have no actors anymore. The crop of actors we have now don't know stage. And they are not interested because there's no glamour, there's no gliss. And according to them, no money. So glamour, gliss, fashion, and money is their push.
Okay.
Only very few actors like myself, Tuti Negiabi, Rajo Sawaru, Uniso Morigi, Cliffy Benovia, Sonny Duboy, and a few others. Elia Abaseki, Jennifer Abaseki, those are the ones who have the drive for, or the passion for stage, And of course, what do you call this girl? Peace Osawanyi. Call them anytime. They prefer the stage to movies. Ameze Okponu.
Okay.
These are fantastic stage actors who are ready to work anytime.
Okay, but we've seen a lot of movies going to theaters, not necessarily the stage kind of theater.
Theater.
Yeah, we've seen that. I mean, for a while, it was more of the stage, but we're seeing movies going to theater, people going. How is that adding value to the system today?
It's one of the distribution windows.
Okay.
for filmmaking.
Okay.
And we have embraced that a long time. I have had 3 films that have gone to the cinemas and theater.
So how do you see yourself in the next 5 years, 10 years? So maybe if I ask this, how old are you today? Or are you,
I'm near 60. I'm near 70 than 60.
Wow, you don't look it more big. So what's the secret?
Just mind your business.
Wow.
Don't interfere in other people's matter.
Wow. No, if you tell somebody you're 50, I'm sure they'll believe you without even.
Don't reduce my market value. So let's keep it like that. So where do I see myself in another 5 years? I think I'm slowing down on acting. I want to concentrate on producing and directing.
Okay.
And I'm not getting any younger. So I'll only be selecting roles to play these days. I can't be playing all that daga I used to do. So I play king.
No, you can still play level boy. I mean, with this look that you've got.
Well, it will be a one-off thing. Nobody can call me a lover boy anymore.
Anyways, it was a delight having you here on the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. My guest has been Chief Harry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, director, script writer, everything Nollywood. Hall of Fame Nollywood. Legend Nollywood, former president of Association of Movie Producers in Edo State. Oh, still chairman. Okay, interesting. Anyways, thank you so much for the impact that you've made. We wish you the very best as you look to the next decade of your craft. Thank you. And that's our package today on the program, Icons. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us when we'll bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
TV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
A pleasure to have you join us today on the program, Woman to Woman. I'm Adisu Walsawagia. Today on the program, we're going to be looking at something that hurts the women most. And by hurting the women, is also hurting families around the world. It is not something that is restricted to just one part of the world. It is everywhere. When it happens, it is women that suffers. And be rest assured that once one woman suffers, the whole nation is also suffering. We're looking at this topic today, human trafficking, kidnapping as a direct sourcing mechanism for sex slavery in Nigeria. That is what we're going to be looking at today. And I have my guest in the studio already. Join me to welcome Sister Helen Alehoji, SSS Project Full Life member. It's a pleasure to have you join us today, Sister.
Thank you.
And I also have Doris Oyinyechi Ugbefo. She is a public analyst and then the founder of Society for Empowered Youth Development. A pleasure to have you join us
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you for
It's been a while, and thank God we were able to catch you. Catch you to join us on this program. So, this topic is quite interesting, and hopefully we'll be able to pass messages across to the powers that be in our society so as to be able to help women. So, Sister, walk us through this issue.
Thank you.
So talk to us about this issue.
Okay. You know, this...
because I know that SSH Project is working really hard on kidnapping and human trafficking. Yes, so talk to us.
Yeah, you know, our congregation have passion for the upliftment of the downtrodden womanhood. So this trend in the society of girls being trafficked outside our country to Europe for exploitation, and this vulnerable victim due to poverty in the society, they are forced to see themselves in such situation.
Yes.
And so, looking at our own belief, what we stand for as a congregation, we decide to fight against this menace in the society.
So how are you fighting it? That is what we want to know, because every day you hear people get kidnapped. There are women, there are children, there are young girls amongst all of those persons, and most often the time it is the young girls, the women that are either trafficked for sex or used as sex slave. So tell us a story of somebody or people who got trafficked, who, I don't want to call them victims now, the survivors. How did you deal with them? How did you, tell us from the story of rescue to how they were integrated into the society again, because it can be very traumatizing.
Yes. You know, four of us, through a campaign against human trafficking, they were able to get some of the victims who were courageous enough to come out and tell us their stories. And the story is not something that is palatable to hearing, because it is, in fact, it's scary. And with this story we give us this passion, you know, to go out and then seek for those who are victims of this human trafficking. And those who want to come out, come to us, and then going into their history, their experiences. First and foremost, what we see they need is a healing. We begin with the healing processes.
Okay. All right, let me come to you, Doris, because I had to write your own question down, because we've been talking about this for some time. Now, you know, how is kidnapping used to force women into sex slavery in Nigeria? Talk to us about it.
Okay, you know, considering the means the three elements involved in human trafficking that we normally know as the means, the acts, and the purpose. If you look at how human trafficking is perpetrated,
yes,
you will understand that it involves recruitment, transportation, harboring, you know, persons unwillingly, as in against their wish. And these persons are deceived into either sexual exploitation, organ harvest, or even domestic servitude.
Yes.
So when a crime of such is reported, you look at the three elements to decipher if it is actually a case of human trafficking, which has to do how was the people recruited. Were they taken from one point to the other? You know, these are from the stories the victim will tell you. You will establish all these facts, and you understand. You will also ask the person to understand what he or she was doing while in captivity, while under the control, while the person is being harbored and controlled by the trafficker itself.
Yes.
So you understand. You could be able to say, okay, if it's a woman, majority of them are trafficked for sexual exploitation, that is sex trafficking, where they are being used to work as a commercial sex workers or prostitution. And whatever they make, the trafficker collects every dime. Then if it is a man, you will also have to understand if the purpose was for domestic servitude or cheap labor. Forced labor, domestic servitude, all is in the essence of cheap labor. Yes. And many of them, whatever they also work, their master collects or even
modern day slavery.
When we say cheap labor, I'm going to break it down. Let's say, for instance, as an undocumented migrant or someone who is not familiar to an area where you are taken to, and you are forced to work in certain place, and your movement is controlled.
It's restricted.
Yes. If the minimum wage, let me use Nigeria as an example. If the minimum wage is 70,000, okay, you will see those people, those vulnerable group that are victims, working maybe in construction sites, in restaurants, as the case. Even girls also fall victim of this domestic servitude or cheap labor. You see them being paid peanuts. And most times, it's also their madam, the trafficker, that also collects this profit or this income, these resources. So you see this set of people being used. Their movement is restricted. Their freedom is not there because they are being controlled, harbored in a certain place. And you can still understand that some of them even change their identity. When they get them, first thing they do is to force them to change their name. Let's say those that their biological names that their parents gave them or guidance gave them is Faith. You see majority of them changing it to Victoria. So, and they feel this uncomfortable and sense of this intimidation, that they find it difficult to freely associate with other people because they are living under constant threat and abuse.
Okay,
so I will come there where you said the link between the kidnapping and the trafficking, human or sex trafficking. Okay, the link here is this. This crime is something that is not static. It changes. Traffickers always change the dynamics of their crime. You know how they perpetrate this evil. So now the trend is now shifting from that force or deceit in terms of recruitment. When they are recruiting, you know, normally traffickers have
their
tactics,
style, they have their tactics, their system.
Yes, at which they use to talk these young girls and young boys into this, to deceive them. That deception is fading away. You see the link now becoming cohesion, more of cohesion, physical adoption. You see the physical adoption taking place. It's either maybe travelers are on their way to their destination and these people, these bandits or these terrorists jump out, come out with their guns and abduct these people physically. And when these persons are adopted, you can always know, if you have listened to the accounts of victims, those who have been rescued or even they paid ransom to gain their freedom back, you listen to the account of the ordeal they passed through. From the point of that physical adoption, there is this movement where they are taken from that point, they migrate them, they take them forcefully, they march them to a different location. And when they get, they don't even stay in one destination. They keep moving, changing positions in the bush. And while they are doing so in the bush, most times they separate the male from the female. And these female are being subjected to rape. They rape them to a stupor. Yes, they rape these women. So you now see the purpose at which these people come for this physical adoption. Number one, you know, I told you that before you establish that a crime has been committed, human being has been trafficked, there must be these three elements that has to be established. Do you get? So you now see the adoption, coercion. The means at which they did it was through coercion, physical adoption. You will now begin to also establish the fact that they have been taken from one point to the other, transported either through foot or even with vehicle. You see somebody being adopted on the road and they force the person to enter a vehicle and they move from that point to a different location, okay? And the person's movement while in captivity or in custody is being restricted. Most of these victims are being chained or even surrounded with guns, making sure that they do not escape or they do not move without the permission of their adopters. So you see the fact of the means being established. You see the fact of the purpose. Apart from the female victims who are double, I always call them double victims. Exactly. Okay. This set of people are being raped to stupor. They serve as sex tool for these adopters. And at the same time, they also pay ransom to gain their freedom. Do you understand? Majority of them are also being tortured, abused. Apart from the sexual abuse and harassment, they also pass through physical abuse. So you see the female victim passing through double jeopardy while in captivity. So that is where the link.
Somebody once said that being born a woman is a problem on its own. Yeah. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll come and talk about the young girl that whose story went viral on social media, who told the father, don't pay ransom, that she was going to kill herself already. So we'll take that short break now. When we come back, we'll talk about that. Kidnapped or trafficked for sex and all of that, you know, it hurts so much that being a woman is a problem on its own. All right, surviving in this kind of environment, it's huge. It used to be so sweet for a woman to walk freely, be happy and all of that, but nowadays it's not like that. So You just said that we've moved away from deceit. You deceive them, but some are still being deceived to travel out of the country, particularly now that the country is being bedeviled by a lot of negative factors, okay? Some people are still being trafficked. In fact, some are offering themselves to be trafficked. You know, I've heard some people say, is it not better to go do it abroad than stay here and you don't get gains and all of that? So what are the tactics you use, sister, to kind of dissuade these girls from that part of life?
As I earlier said, from the healing process.
No, what are the things you tell those girls, or what advocacy are you involved in letting those girls who want to offer themselves? You know, there are girls who just want to offer themselves on a platter of gold. Say, any day I die, I need to go there. You know, so how do you tell them to hold back, explain to them that what you are going there for is not as you see it too. So what are those things you have been telling young girls?
Through the campaign program, we let them know the danger they are to face. If they are involved in
do you tell them anything about real life stories that people have handled?
Yes, we do. But even at that, you still see some, just as you said, who are still willing to tell you because of poverty, their dad or their mom is sick, and they are
there's always a story. There's always a story to do what they want to do.
Rely on them, and so they have no choice but to look for how to survive and make money to them. So we try to encourage them. They'll tell them, no, you don't have to do this in order to cater for your family.
Okay.
There's a better way
to do things
which you can take to make you live a good life and to settle down and do whatever you want to do.
Okay, let me come to you now, Doris. There's this story of a young girl, you know, I think I saw the picture in her NYC uniform and all of that, who was abducted, ransom was asked for, and the story says the girl talked to the father and said, don't pay ransom, that she was, however, going to kill herself because she has been raped multiple times. Multiple times. I think a 23 or 25-year-old girl, that goes the story. So that story brings to bear what young women go through, what does our gender go through. So I wanted to speak to that story because some persons have criticized the young girl, you know, the action she took, that why would she want to end her life, pay ransom and come home. But that young girl is damaged, emotionally, spiritually, physically. She is damaged. So speak to this story and speak to government on the need, speak to the powers that be, on the need to make it easy to live this life, to live this country as a woman.
It's so sad. To be honest with you, each time I wrap my head around what female adopters, as in female victims of this banditry, terrorism, and
even war and all of that, once there is conflict, the women suffer.
I always feel so bad about it. It's not only the young girl. I've had the opportunity to listen to other accounts from freed female victims. It's not usually funny, and it always gives me a burnout each time I listen to any of them. It's quite unfortunate that we have several laws that the implementation becomes a big problem in this country. Even as we speak, the Criminal Code Act, both the acts and the law in Edo State prohibits terrorism. It's so sad. And we also have the Terrorism Prevention Act in Nigeria, both Edo States, which we recently also worked on, that the governor is using. You see the demolition here and there, concerning houses used to harbor victims of kidnapping. But we also still have the VAP law.
So what is I know we are pressed for time there is because we know that law, we know the criminal code and all of that.
We must not
criticize that all of this are in place.
We must not criticize without reminding us what has been done. I'm just coming from there. Our VAP law also criminalizes or penalizes all these things. But it's quite unfortunate that our institutions are weak to protect the citizens.
That is where I want you to go.
Very, very weak to protect the citizens. And this weakness, these evildoers leverage on these loopholes.
So what should be done that is not being done? So what are the things that should be done that is not being done?
It's the same weak institution I'm talking about. We have to really rise up. We have to brace up. I've never seen a nation who wants to be great that underfunds their security agencies. I've never seen that. I've never seen how we can make progress with this type of attitude, with this type of nonchalant attitude towards progressive things that are supposed to position us, our position things right. How can we achieve this? How can we pursue criminals with an empty hand? How do you think that investigations can be possible without you funding the agencies saddled with this responsibility?
So there's a huge system breakdown.
Exactly, systemic problem, very huge systemic problem. And I begin, whenever I look at budget, fat budget, going into capital expenditures and stuffs like that, leaving the core issues unattended to, I always say that we have not started, we are not serious to pushing things and to doing things right. Assuming I am looking forward, I'm very honest, I'm looking forward to seeing this nation rise up to its expectations.
So what is the preventive? What should be the preventive reality as we speak now? What should be the preventive reality
now as it is? We need to prioritize security more than even the roads that they said, the coastal road that they said they are doing for us. We need to prioritize that. I really do not know whether they are waiting for a situation where these people will be start going house to house to be picking people for ransom, for sex slavery, in fact, for organ harvest. I don't know whether they are waiting for our system to break down to that extent. The better we rise up for us, the better for us. It is right time we prioritize what is core on the table. The burning issue today in Nigeria is insecurity. We cannot even get investors. We cannot even get them. We can't attract reasonable investors with this state of the nation.
All right, so, sister, what's your parting statement now as we end the program?
Mine is that looking at the situation in our country, Nigeria, it's time for us to rise.
I thought you were going to say it's time for us to pray. Because somebody said
even when we are praying, the prayer without an action is dead.
Okay,
so prayer and action goes together.
All right, so there is your parting word as we parting statement now as we leave now. So 30 seconds.
Prayer and action goes together.
Security agencies should be adequately funded to protect us. We need protection now.
Doris and Sister Helen, I've said it all. Need I say more? No. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade, and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I'd like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable in developed societies. If when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated, has started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to as nascent. 27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away from our curriculum.
Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as the elected as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continue to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the Western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect, since it's popularly accepted, to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Onaru moved for the independence of Nigeria. Yes. And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Onaru had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NAVID, or a Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we are
in the minority.
Of course, if in any case, we say that we are the largest minority. That is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break, and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at the time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no Braille ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer solution. That's where the Braille ballot guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there would be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Braille ballot guide. And Braille ballot guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you will be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem, even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that, yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was it was used nationally, and given the obstacles election, if in the obstacles election, organizing election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And one would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our Constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the INEC, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say...
But they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course, of course.
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, power is not served a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youths. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting without mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form, and I do not have. And we are contesting for the same point. You have paid for the form and have given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country. And so we see that everywhere, that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have. But at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issue. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent. And our issues should be so seen. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualification that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm saying. Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment. Yes. We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
It's another beautiful Sunday again, and it's time for the program News Review for today. I am Deborah Ibiogbe from thanking you so much for joining us on News Review. The victim of a recent kidnap at Vegetable Market, GRA Benin City in Edo State, regained her freedom while security operatives arrested one suspect linked to the crime. The Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebolo, and the Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, confirmed the successful rescue of the victim during an intelligence-led operation carried out by security agencies during a week under review.
Yes. According to authorities, a 32-year-old suspect identified as Marvelous Isaac was arrested in connection with the abduction. Security operatives also disclosed that another suspect was killed during a gun battle that ensued when the criminals attempted to resist arrest. Items recovered from the suspects include a red Lexus RS350 allegedly used in the kidnapping operation, a pump-action shotgun, live cartridges, a motorcycle, and more than 2 million naira believed to be proceeds from the crime, including ransom money reportedly paid by the victim's family. Security agencies say investigations are ongoing, with efforts intensified to apprehend other members of the kidnapping syndicate still at large. In recognition of the successful operation, Governor Monday Okpebolo presented a cash reward to the police officers involved in the rescue of the victim, commending their bravery and professionalism.
Something very terrible happened on Sunday, and I called the Commissioner of Police and I told him that whoever committed that crime of kidnapping inside Benin City must be arrested. Within 24 hours, those guys has been caught. Now we are going to set up a special court to try kidnappers and cultists. Within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we are done with it. And I will sign it. Your execution, hanging, I will take you to the roundabout, that is Ring Road roundabout, so that the whole Edo people will see you.
In his comments, Commissioner of Police Monday Agbonika has reassured residents of commitment to strengthening security across the state and bringing criminal elements to justice.
Executive Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebolo, who has been very courageous in the fight against kidnapping and the fight against cultism in the state.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The Minority Caucus of the House of Representatives during a week under review accused the federal government of prioritizing 2027 election politics over the security and welfare of Nigerians. Majority Leader Fred Agbede described the country as being on the blink due to the worsening insecurity, economic hardship, and what it called attempts to weaken opposition parties ahead of the next general elections.
The caucus, during the press briefing on Wednesday, led by its new leader, Honorable Fred Agbede, condemned the killing of retired Major General Rabi Abubakar in terrorist captivity and expressed concern over the continued detention of abducted school children and teachers in Oyo State.
President Tinubu must suspend all 2027 political activities and declare a 6-month national security and economic recovery plan. Lead or leave. On security, an immediate overhaul of the national security architecture. Although a state of emergency has been declared by the President since November 2025.
It also criticized a recent court ruling ordering the deregistration of 5 opposition parties, alleging that the move was aimed at undermining democracy and limiting political competition.
What we are rather witnessing currently is a state of emergency on political openness rather than security. The nation therefore requires funding on security intelligence, not propaganda. Improve welfare for frontline troops and not wildcards for appointees.
The lawmakers called for an overhaul of the nation's security architecture, the immediate rescue of the abducted school children, a transparent investigation into the general's death, and a renewed focus on governance rather than political campaigns. The caucus vowed to continue holding the government accountable through legislative means. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
During a week under review, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu inaugurated 10 housing units of judges' quarters for Federal High Court judges in the Katape district of the FCT. During the ceremony, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike emphasized the importance of maintenance culture.
One can safely say this week is beginning on a good note for the judiciary, and Wednesday is no different as President Bola Tinubu is inaugurating 10,000 units of judges' quarters for Federal High Court judges in Katampe District. The president, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, says the quarters provide the judges with security, comfort, and dignity.
Through judicial independence is built on the dignity of our judicial officers. By providing these state-of-the-art residential quarters, we are ensuring that our federal high court judges operate from a place of security, comfort, and utmost dignity.
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike is calling for the structures to be properly maintained.
I will appeal to the Chief Judge of the High Court. This federal government has provided, but I believe that more will come back here in the next 1 year. It will still look like this. We have problem. The culture of not having part of maintenance culture. Most people say black, I don't want to believe so. I believe that if you have your own private house, the way you keep your private house is the way you keep wherever you are staying. It's very important that you keep the standard the way it is.
From Abuja, Joy Igoche Hekina, ITV News.
Edo State Security Squad and Operation Flush Out Kidnappers and Cutters sealed Triple J and J Hotel and arrested 14 suspected cultists in connection with the recent killing at Jetu Junction Motor Park, Auchi, Issaquah West local government area of the state. The killing of a man at the Jetu Motor Park allegedly involved in illegal revenue collection by some suspected cultists in the area. The anti-cultism squad swung into action to unravel the killers.
Investigation led the security squad operations to the hideout at Triple J&J Hotel located at Gani Auto Street, Avieli, Issaquah West local government area, where 14 suspects were arrested. Fielding questions from journalists shortly after the arrest, spokesperson of the Edo State Security Squad, Eibo Ewanta, said the Edo State government has declared war against criminals in the state. He said the security squad has intensified crackdown on criminals and will not accept any form of cultism and other related secret clandestine group operating in the state.
We've arrested some of the kingpins, and they are giving us useful information. We are not going to condone any form of cultism in these states, whether it's the Aye, the Eye, the Vikings, and the jurists. These are the 4 organizations that I said are the people perpetrating this evil act in this part of the town, and we are after them, and soon we will catch up with most of them, but majority of them are already with us.
Mr. Ewanta revealed that the squad has issued a 24-hour ultimatum to one Kazim Anefi and Idris Mustafa at Warake Road to report themselves to Auchi Area Command or be declared wanted by the security squad.
We are sealing his residence now, and we're giving the sector commander of Auchi sector 24 hours to produce Anefi Kazim and Idris Mustafa. Failure to do that, they will be declared wanted. 24 hours. We are not joking this time around. We are still in Auchi and we are sanitizing this town. Until there is peace in Auchi, the Edo State Security Squad will not live here.
Willem Siama, ITV News.
From the Nigeria's premier private university, Igbenedion University, Okada, we brought you this report during the Conda review that the school has emerged as the overall best university at the Hawaii ICT Competition Global Finance, clinching the prestigious International Grand Prize in the Network Track category. The all-female team IUO representing Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa has performed over 201,000 participants worldwide to claim the top global honor. This victory builds the earlier success of the team, where they won the grand prize of the best team in Sub-Saharan Africa region finance.
Nigeria's premier private university, Igbenedion University, Okada, IUO, has emerged as the overall best university at the Huawei ICT Competition Global Final, clinching the prestigious International Grand Prize in the Network Track category. Representing Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa, outperformed more than 201,000 participants worldwide to secure the International Grand Prize, following an earlier win at the regional finals. The winning duo Okogbe Mary of Electrical Engineering and Imafidon Victoria Esoe of Cybersecurity also earned the Women in Tech Award, making history as the first all-female Nigerian team to win both regional and global top honors in the competition. This landmark achievement makes Igbinedion University Okada the first private university in Nigeria to reach this global milestone, highlighting the impact of its Huawei ICT academic training and industry-focused digital education. The competition, organized in partnership with Huawei and UNESCO IBA, tests skills in networking, cloud computing, AI, and 5G. The victory is being hailed as a defining moment for Nigeria's ICT sector and a powerful inspiration for young women pursuing careers in STEM. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
As a follow-up to that report, we told you during the week on Diary Review that the federal government commended students of Igbinedion University Okada for securing the International Grand Prize and the Women in Tech Award at the just concluded Hawaii Information and Communication Technology Competition Global Final in China. The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosu Tijani, gave the commendation during the welcome meeting in Abuja.
The Huawei ICT competition is an annual global contest that empowers university students and teachers through hands-on practice, innovation, and programming. The 10th global final took place in China, attracting over 220,000 participants from 49 countries and regions. Nigerian students recorded remarkable achievements at the global event, notably Igbinedion University Okobe Mary and Imafidon Victoria emerged winners of the International Grand Prize and the Women in Tech Award. The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, during a welcome reception for the award recipients in Abuja, commended Igbinedion University students and other Nigerian participants for making the country proud through their outstanding performance. The Vice-Chancellor of Igbinedion University Okada, Professor Lawrence Ezemoe, in an interview with ITV, expressed appreciation to the Chancellor, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawaru Igbinedion, for his sustained support and commitment to positioning the institution for global relevance.
They won the grand prize in network tracking at the Huawei competition in China. And here they are and have been acknowledged by the Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital. What it shows again is that the mantra of smart campusing is working in our university, and that is why in university every program has a digital component. We have also developed a hub for technology group, and these are our human incubators, and we're really building them from human and to digital skills. That's what we have here, and we're very, very proud of them. The university is very proud, and our honorary chancellor is also very, very proud of this feat, and we're really very happy.
It was a very intensive lab exam for 8 hours. It tested our resilience, it tested our patience, tested our strength, and it tested you in accuracy and speed too. You have to understand datacom technologies, security, and wireless LAN technologies. And we thank Huawei for this opportunity. I thank our school, Igbinedion University Okada, with special appreciation to my Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ezemoe.
Being the grand prize winners over Rwanda, Tanzania, and other countries, that took us further to China for the global stage of the competition, where we emerged as the grand prize winners.
The global competition features 4 major tracks designed to test participant theoretical knowledge and practical skills. They include the network track, which focuses on router and switch configurations, among others. From Abuja, John Taina, ITV News.
In case you're just joining us, the program is News Review. We'll go on a quick break. When we return, the program News Review will continue. Please to stay tuned. The Lagos State government, during the week in retrospect, reaffirmed its commitment to sanitizing the healthcare sector by intensifying efforts to clamp down on operators of substandard health facilities across the state. The Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Health Facilities Monitoring and Accreditation Agency, Victoria Egunjobi, said the government remains deeply committed about the quality of healthcare services being provided to residents and will continue to enforce standards in this sector.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Executive Secretary of the Health Facility Monitoring
and Accreditation Agency, Victoria Egujombe, stated that the administration is determined to ensure that residents have access to safe, quality and affordable healthcare services. She noted that the government will not relent in its effort to identify, sanction and shut down health facilities operating below approved standards.
Now, when we go out into the community and we find facilities that are not registered, we shut them down because we can't guarantee the quality of services that will be rendered in that facility. But if you're also registered and we go in to monitor you and we find out that you've dropped in the quality of care you're offering, maybe you don't have the right personnel, maybe you don't have the right protocols, maybe you have things like expired drugs, we also shut you down because what you're then doing is offering substandard care to the facilities. And so we do shut people down.
The Director of Monitoring and Inspection, Dr. Olayinka Daniel, also issued a strong warning to operators of substandard health facilities, urging them to comply with established regulations or face the consequences. A further called on residents to support the government's effort by reporting cases of medical malpractice and other unethical practices to the appropriate authority.
They visit health facilities in the state, both public and private health facilities. They should ensure that those facilities, they have the certificate of registration of a farmer displayed in their reception.
The Lagos State government maintains that anyone found operating a substandard health facility will face the full weight of the law as authorities continue to strengthen monitoring and enforcement activities across the state. From Lagos, Agbuji Horia, ITV News. And
now to some education matters. We reported on Wekonda Review. It was a moment of pride and renewed commitment to leadership as Igbenedion Education Center, Benin City, officially presented and inaugurated its newly appointed prefects for the senior and junior secondary school arms for the 2026-2027 academic session. The colorful ceremony brought together administrators, government representatives, parents, staff and students to witness the investiture of student leaders who will serve as role models and ambassadors of discipline, excellence, and responsibility.
Faithfully and responsibly.
The formal inauguration of the newly appointed prefects for the 2026-2027 academic session marked another milestone in the leadership development tradition of Igbenedion Education Center. Representing the Permanent Secretary, Edo State Ministry of Education, Mr. Otamere Enodolomayi, the Deputy Director of School Support Services, Mrs. Mercy Imasuen Isibo, advised the prefects to lead by example, uphold integrity and discipline, and discharge their responsibilities with dedication.
Leadership is not merely about holding a position or wearing a badge of office. It is fundamentally about service, responsibility, integrity, discipline, and commitment to the common good.
Speaking on behalf of the Board of Governors, the Director of Administration, Pastor Angela Igbenedion, described leadership as a call to service and urged the student leaders to remain focused, humble, and committed to excellence.
I want to advise those who have been elected that they live up to this position that they've placed in. I believe that the school have seen them worthy, the board and the chairman have seen them worthy, and that is why they've been appointed. So I trust that they will uphold the policy of the school.
The head boy, Master Charles, Brian Uzoma, and the head girl, Miss Zara Esegui Igbenedion, pledged to lead with integrity, dedication, and excellence while upholding the values of the institution.
I will ensure that I work together with my colleagues to make Igbenedion Senior Secondary School a safe and better place for all.
With the confidence reposed in me and found in me worthy to be the head girl of the Senior Secondary School, I want to assure everyone that I will work with my colleagues for the good of the school and for the good of everyone.
Some elated parents described the investiture of their children as prefects as a first-of-its-kind experience for their families and a moment of immense pride.
I want to say a big thank you to the management and staff of Igbenedion Educational Center for setting up this platform to give the kids a good challenge to work hard for themselves and to be a better person for the future.
This is a clear testament that in this school there are not barriers, whether the middle class, upper class, lower class, we are all the same.
High point of the ceremony was the presentation of badges, sashes, and certificates of appointment to the newly inaugurated prefects by the chairman of the Board of Governors of Igbinedion Education Center, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Edo State government last week intensified its campaign against crime with the demolition of a building allegedly linked to cultism and ritual activities, while another property connected to the same investigation was sealed up in Uromi, Esa North-East local government area. The operation was carried out under the state's ongoing Operation Flushout, Kidnappers and Cultists, involving personnel of the Edo State Security Corps, the Nigerian Police Force, and other security agencies.
Demolition of a building allegedly linked to cultism and ritual activities. Security officials say the action followed intelligence gathering and extensive investigations which linked the affected property to suspected criminal activities. Speaking during the exercise, the Secretary of the Edo State Security Squad, Barrister John Izegagbe, said the operation was carried out on the directive of Governor Monday Okpebholo as part of efforts to rid the state of criminal elements. Authorities disclosed that a decomposed body identified as that of a gateman, Mida Danladi, was discovered inside one of the sealed buildings located in Ewuji, Uromi.
Upon investigation, the police from Uromi discovered a decaying corpse in this building.
The suspects, identified as Ewe Favor and Ewe Bright, are currently at large. Further investigations led security operatives to a bungalow located on Dr. Eberson Street in Uromi, which authorities alleged is connected to the fleeing suspects. The building was subsequently demolished. Officials claim evidence recovered from the property suggests it was being used as an initiation ground for cult-related activities. Items reportedly recovered include laptops, machetes, battle axes, native pots, candles, identity documents, photographs, and a red-colored liquid suspected to have been used for ritual purposes.
Upon further investigation, we discovered that Ewe Favor and Ewe Bright, they have been serial killers, ritualists, and Yahoo boys and cultists in this town.
The Edo State government says investigations are continuing and has reiterated its commitment to dismantling criminal networks and strengthening security across communities in the state. Ikmomosa Ubiagbe, ITV News.
Primary and secondary school students across Edo State are set to benefit from increased educational opportunities as the number of scholarship awards for winners of the 2026 ITV and Radio Inter-Schools Quiz Debate and Essay Competition has been doubled. The commitment was announced by the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Edo State Government, Honorable Pius Alile, who is the sponsor of the annual competition, during a courtesy visit by members of the Special Event Committee of Independent Television and Radio, led by the Chairman and Deputy General Manager, Special Event, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun.
The team visited Honorable Pius Alile's office to brief him on the preparation for the 2026 edition of the competition. Speaking during the visit, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun described the competition as one of ITV Radio's strategic investment in the future of young Nigerians. He noted that the initiative is designed to sharpen the intellectual capacity, confidence, and public speaking skills of students while promoting academic excellence. Dr. Okosun added that the 2026 edition will feature an expanded format, providing opportunities for more schools from the 3 senatorial districts of Edo State to participate.
This scholarship that you extended to some of these children will define their lives, will define what they will become. But a child that you gave a meaning to his life will never forget you. And by virtue of that, God will never forget you. So I want to thank you again for all the support and solicit for more support this year because we want to make it bigger, more grandiose, and better than all we did.
Responding, Honorable Pius Alile commended independent television and radio for sustaining a program that goes beyond classroom learning to nurture leadership qualities and critical thinking among students. He aligned the initiative with the educational and human capacity development objectives of Governor Monday Okpebholo's SHINE agenda.
Where there are programs like this, people don't talk about it. They talk about those things that have not been done or those things that have not been addressed. And the truth of the matter is that people go to university and see how students have accessed this loan. Students are happy that that provision is there. So we need to commend the effort of the federal government.
High point of the event was the formal presentation of the proposal for the 2026 ITV Radio Interschools Quiz Debate and Essay Competition to Honorable Pius Alile, Deputy Chief of Staff to a District Governor. Thomas Sado, ITV News.
From Niger State, we reported on week on the review that the State Private Health Facilities Agency shut down 15 private health facilities, while a man allegedly impersonating as a medical doctor was arrested in Suleja. Executive Chairman of the body, Dr. Abdullahi Suleiman, reviewed this during an enforcement raid in Suleja.
Dr. Abdullah Suleiman said the operation followed intelligence reports and routine regulatory inspections aimed at sanitizing the healthcare sector and protecting residents from unsafe medical practices. He said the task force seized Elamara Specialist Hospital after discovering that a suspect was allegedly providing medical services without the required professional registration and a valid practicing license. Dr. Suleiman warned owners of private health facilities against employing unqualified personnel, warning that the agency will not tolerate any action capable of endangering the lives of patients. The affected facility has since been sealed pending the conclusion of investigation, while the suspect impersonating as a medical doctor has since been handed over to security agencies for further investigation. Dr. Suleiman disclosed that 15 private health facilities were shut down during the exercise for various regulatory infractions, including failure to meet operational standards and non-compliance with licensing requirements. He urged members of the public to remain vigilant and report suspicious healthcare facilities to the appropriate authorities. Some stakeholders in the enforcement team reaffirmed the agency's resolve to strengthen oversight of private healthcare establishments and ensure only qualified professionals provide medical services across the state.
Those guidelines must be adhered to by the private practitioners, including the government institution.
When we first came on board, that was the first thing we considered as a topmost priority, because the essence of specialization is for patients to have the best quality care.
The traditional service provider, the traditional medicines are also private service providers. So this agency is encompassing.
From Mina, Niger State Capital, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
Quality wrap on today's edition of the program News Review. Don't forget to keep it to test next week Sunday. We shall be bringing you the program News Review again. I am Deborah Ivie Ubefun. I'll see you next week. To have a lovely week ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, many thanks for joining us on Politics Today on independent television and radio. And that's because it's a simulcast. Sonny Duke, of course, your host on the program. But let's quickly look at some of the trending stories and the political scene. 14 political parties will be slugging it out today for who takes the governorship seat in Ekiti State for the next 4 years. The 2026 Ekiti State governorship election will hold across the state's 16 local government areas, with more than 1 million registered voters expected to decide whether Governor Abiodun Oyebanji secures a second term or a new leader emerges. With 1.02 million registered voters across 2,445 polling units. Oyebanji faces challenges from 10 political parties ahead of the 2027 general elections. The incumbent governor is seeking a second 4-year term on the platform of the APC. Now, it's the day of reckoning for the governor, and that's why we say there's always a day of reckoning for those who are elected to serve, and that day of reckoning has come for Oyebanji. And let's see how all of this will play out ahead of today's election in that state. Let's quickly move up to other stories we're following on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. The Social Democratic Party has dismissed reports claiming it withdrew from Saturday's governorship election in Ekiti State, describing the information as fabricated and misleading. In a statement issued on Friday in Abuja, SDP National Publicity Secretary Rufus Ayinagba said the party's candidate Isaac Alade remained firmly in the race. Okay, let's look at other stories. A whole lot is happening in that state. And of course, this is very new. The Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, has exempted its presidential candidate for the 2027 elections, Peter Obi, and his running mate, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, from the party's anti-defection oath. That's why I said it's new. First time a political party will subject its candidates to an anti-defection oath. According to the NDC Secretary Iken Enekwezu, the anti-defection affidavit applies only to the party's candidates for the National Assembly and state houses of assembly position. Recall that this is the reason why the Labour Party is literally not in existence today. All members of House of Assembly, House of Representatives, and of course the Senate, they've since defected to other political parties, citing one excuse or the other. Perhaps the NDC is just being precautionary and they're looking ahead to take this decision. Okay, let's look at other story ahead of the 2027 election. Former governorship aspirant of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Philip Johnson, has resigned from the party, alleging that the governorship primary election in Taraba State was manipulated against him. In a resignation letter addressed to the Taraba State NDC chairman, Johnson claimed that he legitimately won the party's governorship primary election conducted across the state's 16 local government areas, but was later denied victory through what he described as an alteration of the result. This is one story, one issue that characterized the days of the PDP and even the APC. We are seeing it rearing its head in the NDC allegedly, and of course the ADC as it were. Anyways, we'll go straight to our major talking point on the show. We wish the people of Ekiti State a good outing in the governorship election, which is already in progress. Voting is in progress, and we really haven't heard anything that is on toward. 16 local government areas will be deciding the fate of the incumbent governor and others. As we speak, accreditation and voting has commenced in parts of the state this morning, with elderly and young voters among those participating in the electoral process. That's the update from Ekiti State, and we hope that these ones are not there just to collect the money and vote, but they will vote their minds and their conscience. We're back in the studio now to meet our panelists. I almost called him Chief Roy Orivabo, but it's Comrade Roy Orivabo, political analyst. Good to have you on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
And I heard today is your birthday. Happy birthday.
The records are there. You know, today's my birthday. Thank you for having me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And then we have Honorable John Eirachonwa Yakubu, former council chairman, former PDP governorship, deputy governorship candidate, and of course the current NDC Edo Central senatorial candidate. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
And tomorrow is your birthday, by the way.
Tomorrow is my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Anyway, we're starting the celebration from here after the program.
Definitely. ITV will be hosting us.
I didn't say that.
I agree with you.
I didn't say that. Anyways, we have Dr. Okhaifo Segbe, is a lecturer from Igbenedion University, Okada. Dr. Okhaifo, thank you for joining us.
Morning, Nigerians. Morning, Johnson Duke.
Okay, and someone
Happy
said,
birthday.
you're looking like a native doctor this morning. Anyway.
Doctor or double doctor.
Why is it the one native?
Native because it's indigenous.
Okay.
Anyways, thank you for coming on the program. Well, of course, this week has been characterized by a major issue. On Monday, Federal High Court in Abuja, led by Justice Peter Lifu, ordered the deregistration of ADC, Action People's Alliance, Action Alliance, and of course the Zenith Labour Party. And that attracted a lot of reaction. But later on, we also heard that an appeal court has given a stay of execution order on that judgment. But what is the implication of all of these for the 2027? This is our major talking point on the show this lovely Saturday morning on Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. Let's get back to our panelists for today. But let's give a general overview of the build-up to 2027 election. Looks like we're going to see one election that is most polarized. And what we have so far, we have a lot of presidential candidates from the South, close to maybe 7 or 10 or thereabout, and we have just one in the North. That seems to be a major talking point. Let me begin with you, Oriabo.
Well, thank you once again for having me. My fear is that oppositions have not done let's say in Nigeria. In a situation where everybody wants to be a presidential candidate, call for concern. I still don't see why opposition cannot sit down at the table and take a decision in terms of how they want to go. We have an incumbent president now who's controlling over 30 governors, if I'm right. What does opposition need to do? Is for them to be in one particular place, mobilize under that one structure to confront the incumbent. But they are not doing that. They are still be fragmented. Everybody else, manner of names, want to be presidential candidate. How do we get it? How are we going to get it in that kind of arrangement? That's my fear. You talk about the registration of political parties. When I saw panicking around the town when I received the news, people were calling me to ascertain, is it true and all those things. What came to my mind was, does the judiciary, the court, does it have the right to deregister a political party? I quickly go back to the constitution of the Nigeria. I'm not a lawyer, but I quickly just go there. I saw the section 225 and I said, well, they have the right. What are the process? We look at the process. And I want to assure Nigerians that this is all politicians not to be so panicked. This is court of first instance. They have given a judgment. I don't expect any panic. This is no time for who to continue to attack the judiciary. We are also seeing an appeal from the appeal court saying stay of execution. This is also a product of the judiciary. Because the situation where all of us will demoralize our institutions. Where are we going to run to at the end of the day? The SMR will tell you if you are from Mesa, by the time you not
please interpret for
yes,
the of our
course.
Yes.
By the time you not believe anytime you are in the forest or in the bush, everywhere is snake. It's not snake, snake-like environment. Where are you going to put your leg?
Okay.
We must give an impression, we must give a direct sense of credibility to our institution. Because whether we like it or not, it's the same institutions that are going to guide us. And that's what gives me joy when I heard INEC. I'm not only brief for INEC. They appealed the judgment that FDC, they constituted themselves well, they were properly registered, and they have what it takes to remain as a political party. It gives me joy. And appeal concern, the lower court, you were trading you were too fast. Therefore, a state of execution. It gives me a sense of belonging that we still have a country called Nigeria. Because for over the years, all of us we believe that lamentation is the only way. Okay. Let us continue to allow our institution to take a stand, because the court of first instance have just do a pronouncement. Appeal court there, Supreme Court is there. But what is fundamental is that does the Nigerian judiciary, the court, have a right to deregister a political party? The answer is yes.
All right, John, I want to just lap up on that.
Well, quickly, let me say this quickly, because this is my first appearance on live television since after my nomination as the senatorial candidate for our great party,
the Nigeria Democratic Congress. I want to use this opportunity to quickly thank the leadership and members of that party for finding me worthy to represent that party at the Central District. And by the grace of God, I have promised them, and I keep promising our people, that victory will be ours at the poll come 2027. Having said that, I want to say that the only opposition we have is not the number of presidential candidates that you have across Nigeria. The only opposition you have is Nigerians against the ruling party, because the excruciating pains inflicted by the present administration is not political in any nature. So the only opposition today, yes, you could have close to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like you mentioned, candidates across this country bidding for the presidential candidate, but the eventual determinant, the people that will determine who rules the country 2027 are Nigerians, and that is the only opposition we have. And I can tell you, they are united. They are coming together, they have come together to take that decision on making sure that this present administration is expunged. And in doing that, they have also agreed on who they think they know they are to be the next president that will rescue this nation from the excruciating pain inflicted by the present administration. So I don't bother myself with the number of presidential candidates that you mentioned. I bother myself with the people of this country. I bother myself with the excruciating pain experienced by every individual, even members of the APC. And I bother myself because I know come 2027, Nigerians will come together and they will elect a president that will take them to the premise rank. So take that away, that you have only one candidate in the north or so many candidates in the south. Nigerians will determine. The only opposition, I want to repeat, is APC against Nigeria. So take that to the market and you take that to the bank, you will have something for it. Come now again to the one you mentioned. I don't think there's need for us to bother about what the court pronouncement about the registration. Like I said, the Supreme Court have also come out to tell to order for a stay of execution. The appeal court. They have come out to order for a stay of execution. And for the first time, INEC have also come out to say, look, this is not what we want to do. This party that the court have so affirmed that should be deregistered will not, because in our books they are properly registered. So I think Nigerians should allow INEC. The only thing is the psychological warfare, the psychological implication for members of this party. Because I've been in a party where you have court processes going on, and at the end of the day, members of that political party are affected psychologically because they keep preparing, not knowing what tomorrow will be. Yes, like you said just now, the appeal court about that is stay of execution. I can tell you, members of ADC and other parties who are affected, they'll keep sitting and thinking, what do we do? What is our fate in the next in the court of appeal? Are you sure we're going to get through? Even if we get through at the court of appeal, are you sure we know of what the Supreme Court will say? We experienced that in PDP in the 2023 general election, and the last judgment came just about 3 weeks to the election, and it affected us as a people and as a party in Edo State, and that almost brought down, not almost brought down the PDP in Edo State. So I really don't wish that the registration are pronounced by the court stays. They should allow us to have a free, fair, and credible election. Let people come and participate. Allow them to contest the election. Allow Nigeria to make their choice, so that at the end of the day, whoever is so elected will be satisfied that this is the decision of this country, and not a situation where you now begin to push some persons away because you believe that you own the court. I want to believe that the court will make the pronouncement, that they will not take time because they have to do it expeditiously, because we have very little time between now and January. I want to appeal to the appeal. They know they've done it, and appeal have been filed, and I know that they will expedite action on that. But let Nigeria fall back, so that at the end of the day, we'll have a country, we'll have an election that will be credible and acceptable to the people of this country.
All right, Dr. Haifo, let's get your input into this conversation, because I've heard people say, look, this is tantamount to a desperation on the part of the ruling class or the ruling party to have an easy ride into a second term. You subscribe to this as well?
Well, the issue is that who, in the first place, who registered those political parties? Who registered them in the first place? Was it INEC? If they were the one who registered them in the first place, what is the modus operandi, or what is the impetus for them deregistering them again? Is it a table tennis issue that you play ping pong? Before the INEC, it therefore means that the INEC on its own, they are not qualified, or there's an issue. you are the one who registered these political parties in the first place. I'm sure they met the criteria. That was why you registered them. So what happened overnight that you are not registering them? So I always see it as an antics of the ruling party. It's an antics of the ruling party. So it's showing that the party, the INEC itself is not actually independent. When you are independent, you do that. For example, we have independent television and radio. They do that independently, and everybody enjoy the station, both on radio and television. Everybody enjoy it because it's independent. So if INEC is independent, I don't see the reason why you give people clearance today. Tomorrow you are saying you are registering them. So, well, I thank God for the Court of Appeal that have come to stay. But I only hope that it's not a continuous antics, that tomorrow now the same people will go and file motion in the Supreme Court, and 3 days to election they will now tell us, Supreme Court will now come and tell us that these parties remain deregistered. That is the fear. And this is, when all this is on the table, then there is a problem. But however, I also want to corroborate what our former chairman here have said, Full Esa noticed, that Nigeria, it is the ruling party against Nigerians. The issue here is that Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are in pains. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are devastated. So Nigerians need a way out. In fact, the country, as it were, is moving towards a failing state. I don't want to call it a failed state, but it's moving gradually towards a failed state. Now that government can shut down schools because criminals are threatening, now that people, a whole lot of things are in comatose because we cannot take care of boundaries. Our military seem to have been destabilized a whole lot. So the country actually need a rescue because the country is under a siege. So Nigerians should look up to the 2027 election with all zeal and all sincerity, because if we miss it in this 2027, there's a problem. So I am also happy. That's why it's called democracy. Democracy is all about the people. So even if 100 people come and scramble for presidency, I'm not worried. It makes the game more interesting. But Nigerians will look, and Nigerians are seeing, and Nigerians are expected to choose. But we are still begging the INEC and the ruling party to allow everyone to play according to the rules of the game, because the country belongs to all of us in order to avoid calamity.
Okay. I think I have to quickly react to some of the issues he raised. He talks about ITV as an independent organization with the name, but ITV is being regulated by broadcasting code. Yeah. ITV cannot just wake up and start reporting what they do, what they cannot verify. Yeah. On the strength of that, the political parties are registered. I'm one of those Nigerians who have also joined to register a political party called Citizens Popular Party. At a time we were not able to meet up to some specification, and then they will come and say you are hereby deregistered. The Nigerian Constitution.
So that's why you ceased to be chairman of.
Yes, that's the reason why I see as I told you I don't belong to any party, and I don't have any. There are criteria for a political party to remain alive. We must get it right. Let us know, because people are watching this program. They need to be enlightened. Well, as a political party, you should be able to be a minimum. In a presidential election, minimum of 25% of voters to remain. At least as a political party, you must have a minimum of a councillor. You must have a minimum. House of Rep, just quoting it. How can you be a political party? You don't have all this. If you don't have it, you see something. You see something. No, APC as a political. That's the reason why I said, based on your reaction, I'm just telling you so that Nigeria will know that the court did not just wake up to say we are deregistered, because the constitution gives them that enablement. The joy of it is that INEC are able to say. We are
state of execution.
Yes, that is the joy of it, and that is where we are.
What is the guarantee that this will not persist against the background of the judicial system that we have, that sometimes could be very, very slow? Like Honorable Yakubu talked about, he hopes that this will not be a situation where there may be 3 days to the presidential election. That's when perhaps the Supreme Court will give a final judgment and all.
No, it's an issue. Yes. The body language of the Nigerian judiciary over the year call for concern. And some of us are even from a distance, we start suspecting it. But of this, whether we like it or not, I must conveniently tell Nigerians and those who are watching this program that of a truth, our judiciary was very up to date in this. They were prompt in their response. Immediately stay of execution. If I've listened to SA along, they have argued that the Court of Appeal is supposed to give them at least 1 week to say, let's look at the issue. But you see the way and manner we respond. And that's the reason why I keep on telling Nigerians that we don't have another country. we don't have another country. It is how we position our country that will make our country to be great. All of us are lamenting. We are not believing. We don't believe any of our institutions. Who do we not really believe? We are talking about opposition. Across the globe, across the world, if opposition wants to take over from an incumbent, they have to be in one synergy. Very just in 2015, when PDP as a political party turned to political terrorists around the world for terrorizing Nigerians, people started and said, no, we need one political party.
Okay.
We need one political party, not APC. But they came, I'm not only brief for APC. I'm telling you about the unity, how opposition can work.
All right, let me get your back into this.
Chief, let me see. Please, let's be careful and be straightforward with Nigerians when we come to sessions to discuss issues discuss issues like this. You were deregistered by INEC
because he couldn't make
somebody went to court. You can go for it. Let's take your party was not the only political party that was deregistered at that time.
Yes.
INEC sat down and looked at the criteria and looked at the performances of those political parties and said, these are not supposed to be part of the registered political party. You were deregistered. Yes. Of course. So INEC did not deregister this other party. It is in that regard that you see that INEC is vehemently refusing that pronouncement from the court, because it is INEC. Before you deregister any political party, you ought to have gone back to INEC to say, look, how did this political party perform? What is their status? Take for example, our court party had a governorship, had a governor, not even a candidate. The present governor of this state Osun State is an Accord Party member.
Did he win that? Hold on. Did he win that contest under the platform of Accord Party?
Hold on, please. Yeah. Let's be careful so that we don't begin to say things, and at the end of the day, people begin to look at us as if we are not reasonable. It is the duty of INEC to sit down to look at what they did, upon which my brother's political party was deregistered. So if they have done that and allowed this other political party to continue, how will a group of persons who are not even in those political parties come together to form themselves into past House of Rep member, or what they call themselves?
Past legislators.
Past legislators, and here they are in court. I don't want to draw inference, like Doctor said, that you are seeing the voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau. I don't want to go there, because at the end of the day, what we have today is for Nigeria to decide. So I think they should allow INEC to perform its duty. If INEC believe that these parties are supposed to be deregistered, they will deregister them and nothing will happen. So I want to appeal to ADC. I'm not a member of the ADC. Today I'm going to be flying my flag at the Senatorial District against the ADC candidate. But that does not mean I will encourage the party to the party to be deregistered. No, allow us to get to the field. Okay. Allow Nigerians to see us. Allow the Central Senatorial District to evaluate us and analyze how we stand. Okay. And on the basis of that, one of us will be voted into office. Okay. And I know. No, let's
get you into this. This is a major talking point, because it borders on the existence of the political parties. It borders on how many political parties will be in the election proper. Do you see from that perspective?
Yes, it's part of it. But the fact I want to make before I go into that is that we are not expected to play to the gallery as discussant when we come here. We're not supposed to play to the gallery. We're supposed to look at it critically for the benefit of our country. My brother here has talked about circumstances to which a
political party can be deregistered. Yes.
But when this court were deregistering these 4 political parties or so that did they give us all those quotations we were talking about that they didn't have councillor? A party that just started, they have no control election. How do you expect them to have councillor? How do you expect if you want to argue for
ADC is not a new party.
For example, okay. It's a new party now. It's a
new party.
Have they gone to election?
They have been there. No, you must have information. They have already been there.
No, we are saying that
ADC has gone.
Accord has been there. All of these are been there.
It's only ADC that is a new party.
NDC that is a new party.
As it were now, ADC is more like a new party to Nigeria.
No, it's a new party. Don't like.
Then why you argue now? Then at the end of the day, a lot of people have decamped to that party. Some have for club members, some whatever members have decamped to that party. So how then are you not saying that they don't have this, they don't have that? They have that.
They have.
Yes, they have.
I agree with that.
So the ground of disregistering them is malicious. Thank God the Court of Appeal have brought them back. But what have already started generating the smoke, provided it doesn't get to the Supreme Court, so that a week to the election, the Supreme Court will come and read their judgment to say that they remain deregistered. By so doing, they have narrowed down the powers of other political parties, and they have created a big way for the ruling party. So what we are saying is that whatever it goes, let Nigerians be. I don't like this issue of let 100 political parties come, but let Nigerians be ready to do the needful, irrespective of the political party. Political party is not what is going to rescue Nigeria. It is individual will. It is the leadership will. What we want is leaders, not political parties. We have had political parties right from 1923. When Abat Macaulay started his NC whatever. So political parties have not done us well in this country. What we want, although we need political parties as a platform for us to get people into offices. So what we want now are people with credibility. If it is in DDD, on that day I will vote for DDD, where my mind is convinced that this is the person. Okay. Not this one who have come to give us, what's it called now? Pains. I don't want to use another word.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. If you just join us, it's Still Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. When we return, these political parties that are being penciled down for deregistration, they've been there making impact in the political space. We've also seen some of them gain from some of the shortcomings of other political parties. They, by default, have governors. Default, they have House of Representative members. By default, House of Assembly members, and even Senate members, as it were. Does that, justify the grounds of being a solid political party? We'll look at all of that when we return after this break on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. Please stay. Welcome to the last half of the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. In the next 15 minutes, you also have the privilege to contribute to the discussion through the phone line that we'll be providing. Please, when your call goes through, endeavor to be brief because others are waiting, and do not cast aspersion on anyone. Still talking about the issue of deregistration of political parties, which is now with the appeal court order that the Federal High Court ruling should have a stay of execution. That gives the political parties some time to rally around. But apart from the ADC, Action People's Alliance, the Action Alliance, and of course Zenith Labour Party, there's also talks that someone has gone to court to ask the court to deregister the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. All of these are happening apparently in the build-up to 2027. But let's talk about briefly, we've had this political party that seems to be new, with new people joining them, sometimes serving members of House of Assembly, House of Representatives, and the Senate. And then sometimes a governor just moves and becomes the governor under that platform. What do you make of this in terms of the legitimacy of such political parties?
No, well, it's a reminiscence of an adopted child in his and out. You understand? Because once you adopt, with due respect to all the adopted children. You know, there's some person will tell you, well, a child you adopted is different from your own direction because they must subject it to further evaluation when the time comes. Those who are jumping into a new party, who will not be issued, who passed through election, was not able to win any single seat. You cannot all of a sudden now say that they are member of the party in the eyes of the law. It doesn't make sense. We must be, after election, and let's take inventory and say, how many political parties participated in this? What are their records? They took time to evaluate all those things and say, okay. But if I decided as an organization, decided to be like Dasika, not willing to act, individuals have the right to go there. Few days ago, somebody come in, you're always criticizing government. Tomorrow now you will break government and say you don't forgive your wife belly. I say, I have a right. If I don't forgive my wife belly, I have a right to go to court. To challenge government, because one, when I'm supposed to be performing, there was no light. They are supposed to give me light. Secondly, when I'm supposed to perform insecurity, the terrorists and bandits were all over me. I said, I can challenge. Because nobody has gone to court to challenge doesn't mean that we are right. That is where we find ourselves in this country. You belong to a political, there are roots. A political party to exist, there are roots. Nobody will have an unlimited power in this part of the world. No organization will have it. I'm not, personally, my position is that people should get me right. I am not saying that ADC or any other party can be deregistered. I'm saying that the Nigerian constitution recognizes that if a party don't meet up, you have to be deregistered.
So the court is in order? The
court is in order until otherwise. Now, I expect ADC, the Accord, all the parties to go there and do their submission. Accord, you acted in error. We won an election in Ogbomosho. We won an election in Ohuodua. We won an election in Idomi. From there, they will now look at the records and they say, oh, we err in law. That will help all of us.
Let me proceed. John, quickly talk to me about, are these mere distractions from the core issues going into 2027?
Well, it's not just mere distraction. It's a complete distraction from the core issue going into 2027. And we thank God that some of us and our chief shepherd saw this coming, and he exited some of the troubled party, because outside this registration there are so many other issues that probably will come up in an attempt to muzzle the opposition into what the present party believe it should be. And for that reason, some of the persons who today are candidates of some of these parties, I can tell you that they've been reduced to people who on a daily basis begin to think, what do we do to see how this cup can pass us by? It's like Jesus Christ that said, God, if it is thy will, take this cup away from me. It is the will of members of this political party, ADC for example, to make sure that this cup is not part of what they are discussing. But like you said, like my brother said just now, it might not be difficult to say that this is what the present political ruling party is doing in an attempt to disturb other parties from taking their stand in the next general election. But having said that, I can tell you, like I said at the beginning of this program, Nigerians are the opposition. Not whatever they do, I can tell you, like people are doing, like it said, a lot of parties are there. Nigerians will come out and vote the person they preferred against whoever it is today. So the only problem the party might have, because we have experienced it, I did mention just now, when I was a member of PDP that I stayed for 27 years until we had a technical problem that almost destroyed the party. We had it in 2023 where we had to be in court till about 3 weeks to the election, and that was when the Supreme Court gave verdict and it affected the party. I think the ruling party should allow the sleeping dog lie. Look, Nigerians are not, if you want to do well, if you want to be re-elected, let me say this. It is only in this country that people keep talking about 8 years. You've been elected for 4 years, or you were elected for 4 years. Do well within that period of 4 years, and if the people find you worthy, they can re-elect you. You cannot destroy the power that brought you to power, believing that you are not the king of the people rather than being the servant, and feel that, oh, there's nothing like 8 years. The Constitution did not recognize 8 years. The Constitution only recognized 4 years. So do well within the ambit of that 4 years and come back with your result. It is only when your result is good that the people will look at it and evaluate it and say, okay, this man has done well. We can re-elect him. So when people start talking about 8 years immediately after any election, I mean, it's sad.
If you are not prepared to be part of the democratic process, making sure that you subject yourself to the people's wills and caprices and do the will of the people and make sure the dividends of democracy get to them, then spend the 4 years or less than 4 years and get out of the saddle and allow a new person to take over from there so that Nigerians, the country can get better. Look at the United States of America. Donald Trump was elected for 4 years. 4 years after they felt he was not doing well, they elected another man. 4 years after they felt, oh, Donald Trump would have been better, they brought him back. It is only in this country that people elected will want to die there. They want to, what do you want to talk about? What is that? It should be complete in the hands of the electorate and not in the hands of the people who are so elected. It is only the electorate that will say whether I'll talk about or it will not be complete. So I want to appeal to Nigerians. I want to appeal to Edo people. This is the political period again. Begin to assess the individuals you have. Okay. And see who you believe can do the bidding of the people. Politicians have destroyed this nation. We have taken what is not ours. And that is not how it ought to be. Allow the milk to flow to the people of this country, so that from there you can begin to dip and take what is yours. That is my submission.
Are you a politician?
I am.
You're part of those.
We have.
So why should they, for example, vote you?
We have. Look. It's a general statement. Okay. I am asking for their vote because of my track record.
Okay, no,
If for 2 years, I left office in 2010, 16 years ago. If for 2 years I could asphalt 8 roads, 16 years after, not a single road will be asphalted by any local government chairman anywhere.
Okay, we'll talk about that another day, John. Let me come to you because it's very easy for us to say that the 2027 election is between the ruling party and Nigerians. Yeah. Which means Nigerians, you can describe them as the opposition. We saw that movement in the last election where there was a coalition of interest to upstage the APC. It didn't work. And then if you look at the fallouts that are taking place in the political parties in their primaries, it's symptomatic of what the system has always been. The same circle of people, the same individual. There's really nothing new, whether you move from this party to this party. Is that something that is of concern to you going into 2027 election, Dr. Haifo?
Yes, sir. I've already told you that the political parties in Nigeria have disappointed Nigeria. The only unfortunate thing is that there is no room for independent candidacy. So therefore, every candidate or any candidate must run under a given political party. So that brings us to the question of individuality. Who and who is this political party projecting for this and this position? So it will be myopic for Nigerians to go ahead and vote all candidates because they are for your party. Whether it's a moron, it's not because it's our party. That's myopic, and that's what has killed this country. So it is, as far as we are Nigerians, we go to the same market, we go to the same filling station. For example, when I started work with Okada 2022, from Oluku to Okada Junction is 500 naira. From Okada Junction to Okada is 300 naira. Today, from Oluku to Okada Junction is 2,005. From Okada Junction to Okada is 1,005. Within the space of 4 years, my salary has not increased sufficiently. So then you want me to be happy? Then on election day, some essential commodities that used to be on my dining table, they have disappeared. Then my children, my wife, you want them to be happy? Then we still go ahead and be perpetuating wickedness in power. So we are forced to tell all Nigerians, today cooking gas, they told us not to use firewood, that firewood is the olden days. Today cooking gas is 1,008 for this thing. People are starving, people are dying. You cannot buy the food stuff. If you take 10,000 naira to the market, you can't cook a pot of soup, let alone you want to buy that. So we really need to overhaul the country. So what are we looking for? We need a leader. God has given us all it takes to excel, to be the giant of the world. But God did not give us the opportunity to have a leader. And that problem is as a result of 1914. We discussed it before, 1914, and Nigeria's hurried independence. So, but today we have seen what we have gotten. So it is time for us to look for a leader at all costs. Nigeria need a leader. So 2027, let Nigerians select a credible leader. We are tested all. I believe the same man no marry 2 wives. You know, go know the one way in the better pass. Nigeria don't marry more than 2 wives now. So Nigeria don't see something. So Nigerians should wake up, do a research on all these candidates, and let our vote count.
Okay. All right, Roy. People say that the electorates, they've been so traumatized that their level of reasoning and thinking to make some of the best decisions is really not there. Look at what transpired in the primaries, where we still have the same circle. Is that something? I mean, is that not a pointer to the way our electorates are wired?
Of course. That is in Nigeria, none of us. When APC did their primary, we saw the method they employed to be doing their counting. Whether it was abacus, nobody knew the method. We were thinking, some of us were demoralized. What kind of kitchen method? You know, from there we saw ADC. That was another dimension again. But just now, ADC came. That was the end. My brother, I begin to wonder, where do we run to? As of today, NDC, I was reading this morning where NDC has saying some of the message we receive over home work primary, they are not from us. Where are we heading to this society? Do we need to go and bring people from the Republic to come and be in Nigeria before we just do simple things? Simple things, we cannot do it. And my friend here, Doctor, is trying to blackmail God. That God gives everything for us, could not able to give you leader. Is it God that will give you a leader? God has given us sufficient reason to reason for ourselves. He has given us opportunity. We are sitting down here now. We know that is how a society works. When God directly give a person's leader in the scripture, they rejected. They have got something. God, what does it? America, is it God that gives them leader? And that's the reason why. No, let me finish. We'll get to your turn. That's the reason why I will continue to tell the leaders. We'll continue to tell the leaders. My brother, wait, just hold on. We'll continue to tell the leaders. You said political parties have failed.
Yes.
Across the world, one word for them is strong institutions.
Who destroyed the institutions?
Strong institutions. If you leave Donald Trump today, he will want to remain the president forever. But they have institutions who will say you cannot do that. It's natural. It's a human being. It's institutions that will do that. We need strong institutions. I'm continuing to say we need strong institutions, not strong individuals. Because by the time we have strong individuals, that's where we are. When President Buhari was coming, they say he's a strong man. There's something he cannot do about corruption. There's something he will fix Nigeria under 24 hours. All manner of money given to him. We are trusting with power. What happened? Nigeria moved from 10 to 0. That is where we are now. All political parties should be able to give us a manifesto. Tell us what they want to do. Okay. I saw just an NDC. They are not taking people to one, is it Roshira to Goma? Okay, no, Roshira. I did not use the paper. They are taking people to come and depose from Abuja. Why? And I know that they are calling for doing that. Okay. Because what happened 4 years ago, you saw all of them were running for Abidjan. Those who benefited it. They did not even get to Abuja before. Some of them waiting in Ikogi, they went away and they abandoned all of us. But I said no, if for everything to come up and talk like this, you say you not put pen to paper so that you remember. I shall not get to that. All right, Joe, I want to say something. Add this story. I shall not get to that. I will add this story. Now the point is, what is it about when people get into offices, they become something different? What is it about it?
Well, that is why I will agree with Doctor. Look at the individuals. That because the problem we have today is that we really don't have independent candidacy. Otherwise, you have across this nation individuals who have excelled in their various field of endeavor that would have been elected into offices, but because of the process of belonging to a political party, they are not able. When people defect, I begin to wonder why they do that. They do it selfishly. Nobody defect because of the people. When I was chairman of council, I was in an opposition, having that excruciating pain as inflicted by the then governor of Edo State, if you remember. But in spite of that, nothing moved on Yakubu to then leave PDP and move it to any other party. I stayed there until I left, in spite of what I saw. What we are seeing are characters,
that are not fit to be in different positions, but have been so elevated and elected by this political party to a point that you don't even know who to choose for. But let me tell you, the issue of primary that took place in every other party, in NDC, nobody counted 1, 10, 50, and 200. It didn't happen. If you have any video of that, please, you can bring it to me or bring it to Sonny Duke to aid. Nothing of such happened in NDC. But that because of the newness of the party, we are having some little problem here and there, will be sorted out. That is one part. But come to the issue of who and who should be elected. You talked about institution. When Jonathan was the president, that is why Nigerians must change the present government. When Jonathan was the president, institutions worked. Yes. He allowed, even Jonathan appointed a stranger as INEC chairman and never infiltrated INEC to his own advantage. And when that same INEC gave result against him, what did he do? He was the first to pick up the telephone to call the person and say, I congratulate the person. That was the period we were until these people came into power and destroyed everything.
Right, John, let me take this call. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name? You're live on Politics Today. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning.
Mr. Adiola from Tejiaroi.
All right, go ahead, Ralph. Go ahead.
I think it's a classical philosophy which boils down to mind and character. You go to the provision of the Constitution, as amended, section 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226. Make everything so conspicuous about the party guidelines and their code of conduct. So if anyone could not meet up with the guidelines, I think they are now the power to register them. Why are we not crying like this? If it means that Obama or my grandfather are going to register them, it is the INEC. So look at the go to court and approve your case, you only go down. Thank you, Baba.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Well, to conclude, just a minute, Doctor, conclude about the signing of the document of allegiance to the party
of not defecting.
Of not defecting.
Yes.
So that you see that we have an instrument to take to court, because we are giving you the mandate. The people are giving you their mandate based on the political manifesto, like you said. And if you decide to trade it midway into the building, you should move on. We can take it to court. I love that.
Good morning. What's your name? Good morning.
Yes, this is the voice of honorable man.
Yes, the voice.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to respond on two things. This court that have been using against these political parties, some of us are suspecting that it's the voice of Jacob, the house of Esau is at work.
Yes.
Because that was what they did to PDP, to destroy PDP. They did it to Labour Party. The other party, ADC. So look at that's what they are doing. Because they know that free and fair contest, they will not win. Because people are not happy. Everybody is angry. Look at cooking gas, look at everything. We cannot be calling all these things already. The people are suffering. That's number one. Then number two, the political parties, we want all of them to unite. I know somebody in the studio was talking about that even though they scatter up and down, no, it's not too good. They should be united and fight these oppressors. Just like what in the US now, you see the took they are united to fight the Democrats. So that's what we want. Okay. So that's what we want. We don't want them to scatter up and down.
All right, 08077770300. That's our studio number on Politics Today. Please start that number so you can be part of the conversation. 080. Okay, I've got you on the show. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from? Good morning.
Good morning, sir. God bless you. My name is Danny. I'm calling from Airport Road.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yes, sir. Concerning the registration of about 5 parties, I think the current incumbent government has is in it. When they were forming their own coalition during Jonathan's time, Jonathan never interfered, and Jonathan never planted the agents of destabilization in the various political parties that were trying to come together to unseat him. But now what we are seeing today is to be bastardized. Allegedly no one is working because of this current government. And the main opposition, or the most viable opposition are the people. I tell you, before this government came on board, I was
everything.
Yes.
Everything.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, Roy threatened to go to court.
Yes,
of course.
I am a stakeholder in the LPG business.
Okay.
I blame the government.
Okay, let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name? Ultimate degree. Please go ahead. Make it quick here. Ultimate degree. We can barely hear you. The network is not. Maybe it's from your end, not from our end here. 08077770300. Our last caller for today. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Advocate. I'm calling from Iguepe.
Advocate, please go ahead. Okay.
Yes. I salute all the guests there.
Thank you.
What I just want to pinpoint there, now that somebody is talking that is this government against the people, is this government against the people, that's the opposition. Why can't the opposition come together? That is the only way. It is very obvious that it is this government, the ruling party, that is destabilizing every other party. It is obvious. There is no saying about it. It's very unfortunate. Do they want just one party system? Even when almost a lot of people are against them, they want to force people for their stay in power. It's very unfortunate. And Salah Yakubu has credibility. My brother Diorabo has credibility. Even the other man. I salute you for selecting credible people to come to the studio and address the state of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is fast spent on the show, but Dr. Haibo, just last comment from you.
Yes, my last comment was because Roy Rabo not being so long.
I didn't get that.
Yes, Roy is trying to make God blackmail. The Bible told us that no government come in power without the authority of God. And that we should pray for all authority that are in power. So any power that is in existence, the Bible told us that it's because of God that make them to be there. So that's why we are saying that God should help us to address the issue of leadership in Nigeria. Okay. For instance, sir, before that call, for instance, sir, even while these political parties are scattered, we are all Nigerians. We know our common pain is suffering. So the coalition can still go on to the election. On election night, the day before election, the other political parties can make a decision. So the work is still in process. So, but let's let them come out.
Okay, final word from me, John.
Well, I think I want to use the opportunity to again thank the people for bearing the pain so far. But by the grace of God, it shall be over by February 2027.
All right, Roy, last word. Well, people, it is not all government that is from God. Some persons impose themselves. Therefore, let us not continue to say God give us all leadership. What will determine the next election? What will determine the next election is the hunger in the now, the frustration, the deprivation. You can see the hungry. Just sincerely almost tried to this studio. Last time I tried to this studio, I could not afford the fuel. And my cars, you know, but today I was able to manage because today is my birthday. Through Solid Duke and Yakubu, I was able to buy for it. Thank you and God bless you. Okay, that's our package for today on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. The change that we desire about this country is actually in our hands. And of course, what we do on election day counts. What we vote for counts. Let's look out for credible people, trusted people, knowledgeable people, people who are in tune with yesterday, today, and tomorrow. That's the only way we can get to the promised land. But unfortunately, anytime we have the opportunity to make the change that we need, we get it right. Some say it's because of the institutional shortcomings. But some other times, the electorates don't do the right thing to get the right people into office. 2027 provides us with such an opportunity. I hope we will get it right. As a media platform, we'll continue to educate, enlighten, and set the agenda, because that's our duty. And that's my take-out point on the show today. Thank you so much for staying with us. Have a great weekend. Bye for now.
ITV
Ugieni Madonna, Imagedion, Overo, Ovesniagbe, Emanazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
WIC Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience, not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly.
Run quickly.
Why the Jakpada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back.
Jackpada.
Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Toyin, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're jackpotting into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good one. And now, maybe if you basically, there is no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving. Yeah. And one good thing that government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has opportunity today, I will Japa gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to Japa.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to Japa.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it. But they are also talking about the economy. Yeah. They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere in a way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere in a way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here, where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling with year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, you know, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to japa. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people japada. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that japada with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to japada to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, you know, japa. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity. And I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, you know, the economy, people are suffering and everything. But I want to even bring it at a very basic level. Because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person and I don't expect every person to be business minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into shortlet. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, you know. And then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, you know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria. And it's not, you know, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, you know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, you know, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, you know, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much.
They will not give you.
It's not much. No,
they will not give you what?
They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No, I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be the okay.
Let's make me register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the case.
Let's leave the training aside.
And I don't even
Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
You will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
But there's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
Before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abe. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it.
I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living is cold. People are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Abe, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break.
She said that it doesn't worth it. Japa. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's go up? Is it the expenditure that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes, when they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
honestly, I do not like the way she said is laughing. Because when Abe mentioned let's have a good leadership, she did... When? I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better.
Abe.
Those that Japan, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have Japan, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christians. We are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope. We are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back. are going.
Yeah,
They are going, no. They are not coming back.
Some are coming back. Those that are jackpot before are coming back. I have stories.
Maybe
So when they come back,
they are coming back to retired home.
Yes.
That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say in the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit. Yeah. It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to just, if you have to make sacrifices if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities that, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you are migrating due to the fact that your country is, they should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. Because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our two eyes closed any longer. Yeah. So how would you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you mentioned that, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria now, from the leaders and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, also at risk. I've got CCTV in all my rooms, inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, so
the crime rates.
Yes, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right,
compared to
Abe.
Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin. Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing because traveling to give them around is part of education. But not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
Chisom.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hand, Nigeria will be better. The government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave. Because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That's
it. Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisom. If you have the opportunity to japa today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you want to japa?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
Japa. Will you want to japa?
I will say it 25 times without changing my word. I will japa straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you want to japa?
I said, I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria. remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. You know, you know, to me, I just, you know, remain positive. It's sad what is happening with the kidnapping and everything and the insecurity.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better, and she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisom and Toyin believes that if there's opportunity to japa, they will japa, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they're not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to japa. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to japa, or you want to believe like Abby that Nigeria will be better someday? That's what we're going to be ending this program today.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Joining us on this week's edition of the program, Icons. Icon is a program designed where we showcase individuals and personalities who have made a mark in their chosen profession. And so you learn from their story to enhance your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, and your output generally. The program was designed to ensure that we give value to life from the experiences of those who are contemporaries, those who have gone ahead of us to achieve so much in the society. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, your host on the program. Our guest today is a chief. Of course, you may know him, you may not know him, but I'm sure if you've been following all the happenings in the entertainment industry, particularly Nollywood, you definitely will know Chief Iyobosa Legama, Fellow Directors Guild of Nigeria. He was the inaugural chairman, Association of Movie Producers Edo State Chapter. Is a legend of Nollywood, Hall of Fame Nollywood, producer of the iconic movie Animi Siege on a Nation. He's an actor, producer, director, scriptwriter, cultural ambassador, and has been in the industry for 51 years with his craft. It's a delight to have Chief Henry Iyobosa Legama with us on the program Icons today. Chief, it's good to have you here.
Beautiful to be here again.
I mean, you call me Chief. I was expecting to see all of those cultural things that most people would wear, the long beads and the regalia and all of those. But all the same, it's good to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here.
51 years in the industry, Nollywood. How would you describe the beginning of this journey? Was it something you always wanted to do, or it was a happenstance, a coincidence? Were you born with silver spoon, diamond spoon, bronze spoon, or a wooden spoon, just like me? Or maybe without no spoon at all. Without spoon at all.
I am Chief Emmanuel Zeko's son.
Okay.
And I will tell you, I come from one of the very rich families from this past. And we are wealth and royalty, you know. So that's my background.
And so which means you were born with diamond spoon?
All the spoons. Yes, my being in the craft or in the art has never been a mistake. It's been deliberate. Though formal education, I had no art-related courses at all.
Interesting.
I have degrees in engineering, electrical engineering. You know, I have never done one art, course in any university. You know, but I grew up in a home where art culture was very prominent. You know, like Elegema's son, we had a very big Ewudo, courtyard in the house where every weekend we used to have comedians come in, the old stock comedians, those ones who speak Benin, the Rainbows, there's Obidodo, this one was the cripple, Chief Dele Nye, who was the head of the character of Uganda. So they used to come to the old man's courtyard those days, weekends, to perform. So that thing stuck. And when I got to the primary school, and I had this Mr. Shola from Ife, a young Yoruba teacher, he was a primary school teacher, and he introduced pantomime, like this drama without language.
Okay.
And the thing I got attracted, knowing where I'm coming from and seeing this too, And we started doing drama in school, and of course in the 70s, 72, 73, we started the NTA. And we started the Junior TV Club with Keto Kichime, So it's been like that all the way. But it got to a point where I was supposed to graduate or go to school. My parents insisted that you must do engineering.
No, that was the thing there. Whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer.
And in my house, my eldest brother read this course and he had a degree according to my parents. My eldest like that.
You must follow that pattern.
Until he got to me, and my point now was engineering. So I was made to read there even when I didn't like it. So I just read the thing, gave them their certificate, and continued.
With your passion.
Now, in Benin those days, we had the likes of Akin Kiru, O.J. Ben Risky, Matimilion, Olu Obaseki, Sam Loko, that route of actors and practicing actors. So I had the Professor Rosa Osara, Professor Oyila was one of them. These were all actors in this town.
Professor Ewosa Osara,
from a fantastic actor.
VC in Ayo. Wow.
Yes, fantastic actor. Professor Oyila was one of them. Another fantastic actor. So we're all contemporaries in this town, and those days it was the passion, not what you can make from it. We used to take from my parents and all that to sponsor programs, because we're doing school runs, we take drama to schools those days, in Midwest, to Bendel, to Edo, So it was not, we would probably invest like 50, 20, 200 naira for a school run.
Yeah.
And you end up making like 15 kobo. And about 12 or 15 of you are going to do that.
It will go around.
Are you going to share? So we just buy crush
and then
drink it together.
I'll be happy.
By tomorrow morning, you're the first to get to rehearsal because you are already, looking forward to doing the next one.
Interesting.
So the passion was great, and it developed, our craft so much because we were all talented in our own different ways. Then there used to be this cast. Masulema was my father's tenant of forestry. They sent him to one of these Eastern blocks those days to learn puppetry, cartoon and puppetry. So when he came back, he created a whole different line for me, from just stage work, So that was what attracted me to television, apart from the Nigerian, what we had, the Junior TV Club those days in MTV to NTA, So we started doing television productions, and of course I would go do guest artists with the Arts Council then. And the Arts Council was a complete theater ensemble. Band, drama, dance, complete, up to textiles making, So I will abandon school and spend more time in the Arts Council premises. So I was honed properly, the performance was imbibed in me, and I became who I am today. I have never practiced engineering one morning. Apart from you service days. Till tomorrow I have not practiced engineering one day. I can even tell you I don't know where my certificates you know, but I feel complete every time I'm doing this business.
So how did your parents react to this? I mean,
initially they didn't like it. They didn't like it. When my father saw, we went to like 6 countries in Europe, and the newspapers cuttings that I brought, I showed it to my father. He looked at it and said, well, this is still nothing.
He said what?
This is still nothing. It should be. He wanted me to work with ROEB.
Rural Electricity Board.
Yes, that's what he wanted. He wanted me to work. I went twice. And ROEB gave contract to Com Davis, one electrical contractor here in Benin. They made me carry pole. They were down, they were just wearing that upper mission, upper Lawani, you know, and Com Davis had that contract. They made me carry, you know, what we call the insulator, you know, border up a pole, and I dread height actually. So I got halfway, looked down, looked up, I said, okay, this is not for me. This is not for me, you know. But when I'm on stage, I can climb up to 200 feet and don't feel it.
Interesting.
You know. So I feel complete every time I'm doing any calculated business.
So what would you say was your major breakthrough? Okay, maybe before we talk about your major breakthrough, I mean, just give us an insight into when you had your first stint in a major movie as an actor. I mean, with all the trainings, all the indoctrination that you had.
That was about 77, about 79, 80. You know, NTA had this drama production directed by David O'Reilly, and it starred Smart Ekweku and Marty Miriam with Felice Odia, you know. Then one lady, Jet Amata's sister.
Okay.
Mena Adbata. You know, and I was thrilled with the script. That title, I remember, was called Prejudice, The Prejudice. TV Playhouse, then. And they made me play a student. I got stuck with that. So every week that we were rehearsing for the TV Playhouse, I would want to have a bit of that. So that was how I got broken into television, you know, properly.
Okay.
And now I could star as an actor on that. And then I went to give food to Chief Robert Ogunde when he came to do, when they were creating the...
As a famous magician?
Yes.
Okay.
It wasn't a magician.
Okay.
It was a proper thespian. He was a true actor and musician. You know, he wasn't a magician. I don't think he even performed that, you know. But in his ensemble, he had all those kind of fire eaters, people who, you know, so he had a complete theater, wrote theater, you know. So he was the DG or the head of the national federal government asked him to create a national troupe. Because the Chinese national troupe just visited, you know.
So we wanted to replicate that in the country.
And they were 415 on a stage.
415?
Yes, the troupe, the ensemble was 415. So the federal government wanted that replicated, but they said, okay, make 200. So Ogunde went through all the states, doing auditions and all that. And, you know, the Ogundes were very close to my family. My immediate sister is married to one of the sons. You know, they're in the U.S. now. He's the only one who didn't practice act in the family.
Okay. He's
a child Canada, he's based in the U.S. now. You know, so, you know, my mother used to make his food because his food was different. You know, aforiro, amala, or cornmeal. So I used to take him to him at Plaza, not Plaza, what they call it, the hotel where this thing is now by the NNPC, the South African hotel. By Sapler Road, by after, you know,
is it Motown? Not a
Motown Hotel there.
Okay. Where you have Protea today?
Protea, yes, that's what I was trying to get. So I took food to him, and I saw he was casting for a stage production. I mean, for a film. And I said, I can't do this. He said, but you don't speak Yoruba. I said, if you speak it, I can speak it. He said, okay, come. So I went with them to Ososa. I was in Ososa for 1 month.
Whoa.
That was my first break into the film industry.
Interesting.
So after that, I contributed scripts for things fall apart.
Chinua Achebe?
Yes.
Wow.
You know, you must situate your script for the production. If you are adapting the script for film, you must have what we call cliffhangers on. The cliffhanger is what will make you want to see the next episode. So those were not in what Chinua Achebe wrote. Those were the things we added them somewhat, but they were cliffhanger.
Yeah, to keep that
you must keep the suspense. Yeah, you want to see what happened. Yeah. So I was able to do that. You know, by 73 I was already writing script for MTV. You know, I wrote Ike as a small boy, 73. Ike no Goko no Magula, I wrote that in 1973. You know, so that's how it's been. And until I started doing my own thing, I did Trials of Ekwase, I shot Modion, I did Agmanima and all that, until I now did, I shot Tadini. I tell you how it started. I was in a club, Benin Club that time, and very late in the night, Charlie Temple challenged me, say, you guys, you just drink and be useless, you know that. Look, my uncle, the police officer, that's Charles Dawsa's uncle. Okay. Charles is my cousin, by the way. Okay. Late Charles Dawsa, Charlie Temple, my cousin. You know, challenged me and said, you guys will just get drunk and get home and sleep. I said, look at, people are doing productions. Somebody shot a Unity. Somebody wrote, I said, I've even written the script on Anini. He said, go sit down. When will you have the time? From 5, 6, you are here in the club. You don't leave until 3 a.m. and all that. I said, I had it. And Victor Ogiwani, Partnership Investment, was there. He said, if you can do it, I will put money. I drove to my house that night to get the script, brought the script. By the time I got there, Victor, Temple had left, but Victor was still there. So I gave him the script. The next morning, he called me and asked me to come to Lagos. On the Monday, that day was a Saturday. So Monday, by Sunday evening, I was already in Lagos. Monday, I went to his office in GI. Lo and behold, he gave me money to shoot. I mean, I brought 16 stars from Lagos and lodged them in Benin for 1 month.
In shooting Anini?
Yes. You know, I went to the police, got special permit from Tunji Alapini, who was commissioner of police here. You know, we used to play golf together and we became very close friends. So when I told him what I wanted, he gave me 40 guns, but unserviceable guns. They gave us 2 policemen to guard those guns every time we go. So we chartered a vehicle with the guns inside, and we had the 2 policemen inside. One of the policemen gave me one small explode. I said, do you know we can service this gun? And they start to fire. And I said, okay. He told me how much I paid.
And you serviced this gun?
They serviced the 40 guns.
And they were actually firing?
I bought 22,000 black bullets. That was what we used to have. At the end of the shoot, those guns were returned to the armory and it became the gains of the police.
Wow.
You know.
Wow, wow, wow.
So, and you know, I took Anini to his period, to his time, his setting. If you see all the vehicles used, were the vehicles used at that period. Police uniforms, number plates, and all those. So those are some of the things we don't even bother about anymore these days. Because of AI and technology.
So that would be one of your highest points in the industry, shooting Anini as a boy?
Yes. Financially, no.
What do you mean financially? No. I mean, you got sponsorship. The movie had reviews.
It was not a financial success.
It wasn't a financial success. Why?
Because you see, my executive producer is a financial guru. You know, a businessman who will invest. He was a stockbroker, so he will invest, and monies must come almost immediately, because he has his own range and period for investment, you know. But as a filmmaker, I don't have that. I make films and let it run its course. So we got New Metro in South Africa involved to actually market Anini.
Okay. Okay.
You know, but they were dragging their feet because they too are not settled, you know. They were supposed to deal with us instead of Silverbird. It was when they missed our deal fell through that they now hooked on to Silverbird, who became their distribution in Nigeria. Otherwise, Anini was supposed to be the very first movie for distribution with them. You know, New Metro is a South African company. They own MTN and all that.
Okay.
St. Maurice, the cigarette. Yeah, they own all of that. So, 8 months after production, Anini was not coming out. My executive producer got impatient. So he started all sorts of what they took me to court and all that. Oh, really? So I was forced to not give Anini to Onitsha marketer.
Now that's what killed the viability of commercialization.
The man gave us check. 5 days after I gave him, but he called me, I went to Onitsha, he gave me a check for 1 million naira. I brought the 1 million naira to Partnership Investment. They said, am I mad? If I must bring money, I must bring, first of all, my investment.
What was the total investment in Anini?
Partnership's money, Victor Gilmore's money in Anini was 3.4 million naira.
At that time?
At that time. And my own personal investment was about 1.9. You know. But I tell you, I appreciate what Victor Gilmore did in my life. It's actually the start point for my life as an actor, as a filmmaker.
Okay.
You know. All the clout I enjoyed today was from that movie in me, you know, and he supported it through and through. You know, we only got messed up with the marketer, the Igbo marketer, who is usually who they are. You know, he will print 10,000 copies of Anini. He will print 2,000 copies of Anini and put in his shop. He sells his 10,000 outside the shop, distributes around the country. Every time you come, you still see 2,000 copies. Oga producer, you don't move market. You don't move market. You will count, you still, maybe 1 or 2, you will move 1 or 2 or 10.
Meanwhile, he's making lots, selling lots
all over the country.
My goodness.
Before we released anything in Nigeria, we released anything in England, in the UK.
That's piracy at its highest peak.
The marketer was pirating himself. He wrote on the jacket in the UK, not to be sold in Nigeria.
Meanwhile, he was selling in Nigeria.
He was selling in the UK. That particular cover, the jacket, he wrote, the one that was selling in the UK and Europe, he wrote not to be sold in Nigeria. Meanwhile, he had released with a different jacket in Nigeria. Myself and Victor were inside, we were not making money. He was making all the money. Though the man is mad in each other, I didn't cause that. Maybe karma, you know. Victor saw that jacket in the UK and thought I had released it in the UK. And I was telling him no money.
And then he took it to court.
That's how we went to court. You know. I'm sure he looked at it and said, okay. He actually realized I was completely innocent. We were both victims.
Yeah.
He let the case slide. You know. That's how it's been. But thank God for Little Mercies. It gave me my first, in fact, in the whole of Nigeria, my film, Anini, got the highest nomination, AMA Award, 2006. Highest nomination, 9 nominations, one movie.
Wow.
You know. And then Sitengi, and then, of course, awards started coming in all over the world. I was invited here and there, you know, to festivals and all that. That's how we became who we are. And since then, we've done so many.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. If you just join us, the program is Icons, and it's reaching you on independent television. Our guest here, Chief Henry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, scriptwriter, director. In fact, the man behind the famous and iconic movie, Anini, A Siege of a Nation, or A Siege on a Nation. And the interesting story behind that, I think that many didn't come from that movie. My goodness. It just shows to you how piracy has really impacted negatively on the movie industry. Anyways, it was a delight having you here on the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. My guest has been Chief Henry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, director, scriptwriter, everything Nollywood. Hall of Fame Nollywood. Legend Nollywood. Former president of Association of Movie Producers in Edo State. Oh, still chairman. Okay, interesting, interesting. Anyways, thank you so much for the impact that you've made. We wish you the very best as you look to the next decade of your craft. Thank you. And that's our package today on the program, Icons. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us and we'll bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.